All right. Okay. So anyway, good morning. We're going to be covering the chapter 17 today, talking about psychiatry. Follow along in the textbook. I don't get to write as much, even though I did bring my pen home last night. I was kind of anticipating calling in sick today. Is my boss on here right now? Okay. I was kind of anticipating calling in sick today so that I could stay home with my wife and da 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 da. So I brought the pen home with me. I think I might just start keeping the pen in my car until I buy another one, so I have one in each spot, just so I can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm gonna stay home today. Ha. Anyway, so here I am. Put my chair a little bit lower. All right. So, psychiatry, the study of the mind. Some word parts that are going to be important for us. I don't need to do that. Instead, I will do, oh man, see what I mean by not having everything set up? Whiteboard isn't even open. I need to open my whiteboard. Y'all know I can't teach anything without the whiteboard. So let me get that open. All right. It's going to take forever because I'm using this antique laptop at home. I took all my good stuff into work so that I can use it in there, and I got all the antique stuff at home. So this is going to take a second. Are y'all seeing my whiteboard right now? What are y'all seeing on your screen? Are you seeing a lady running on the beach?
Nope, I just see a blue screen.
Okay, blue screen that got the little marker in front. Okay. Waiting on that bad boy to come up. Make sure you're seeing the right thing. Well, as in this moment, all we can see is a lady on the beach. Well, sorry. All right. So anyway, all right, here we go. Oh, what? Oh, well, I should have been gone. How many of these do I actually have open? Okay, I'll close all those later on. Okay, so words that'll be important for us, starting with the term psycho. Psycho means, let me stop trying to write crooked, refers to the mind, such as somebody being psychotic, pertaining to the mind. And the two disciplines that work in this area are your psychiatrist and your psychologist. Now, the psychiatrist is the medical doctor. This is the person who went to the same medical school as every other medical doctor out there. And when they chose their discipline or their specialty, they chose the mind. So this is the person who can diagnose and prescribe medications. Psychologists tend to specialize in certain areas or smaller areas. For example, your child psychologist or your drug or alcohol rehab specialists, your social workers. These are people who specialize in certain areas or disciplines. Now, typically, they cannot diagnose. That comes from the psychiatrist. And in most states, they can't prescribe, but in some states, they can, allowing them to refill your medications, if you will. So primarily, you're going to see a psychiatrist, get your diagnosis of bipolarism, placed on medications, and then hand it off to a psychologist who specializes in treating the area of bipolarism. So the psychologist is more in the treatment business. And there are your two disciplines and the difference. Psychiatrist is a medical doctor. Psychologist can be associate degree level, bachelor's, master's, even a doctorate level in psychology, but they are still not medical doctors, so they can't diagnose. And in many states, they aren't allowed to prescribe, but in some states they are. So that's the difference within the two. Okay? Psycho meaning the mind itself, psychiatrist, and then your psychologist functioning out there. Okay. All right, and in psychiatry, some words that are going to be important for us is, I'm going to bring this up a little bit. First of all, I'm going to call your attention to this word right here, or this entry right here, which is incorrect. The limbic system. Oh, that's correct, actually. The limbic system. This is not correct. The limbic lobe. There is no limbic lobe of the brain. Those who were with me last module, remember we named the lobes of the brain, and limbic was not one of them. Okay? And actually, we'll be doing the brain on Monday, I think. If we depends on how far we get. But limbic, there is no limbic lobe of the brain. And what they have illustrated in your picture right here, or this illustration, is not correct. That little orange area right there. I've researched that over and over again, and I cannot find that out there in the world anywhere. So this author was taking a lot of license with doing this. So anyway, there is no limbic lobe of the brain. Okay? Their terminology is not correct. All right, now the limbic portion of the brain is the brain that part of the brain that processes emotions for us. And for what I understand, the entire brain does that. There's no particular spot. We process emotions primarily in our frontal lobe, but in all areas of our brain. So there is no spot that we can point to and say that that's where emotion comes from. Now, the other thing that this author did was they started to label parts of the brain. And technically, the brain really doesn't have a whole lot to do with, or the parts of the brain don't have a whole lot to do with our emotions. So we're not going to do that. We're going to save that for when we do the brain itself. And we'll talk about the thalamus and the hypothalamus and what they do. And they have no role in the mind. So why this person felt it necessary to go through and label all these parts of the brain, I don't understand. We will cover those when we do the brain. So I guess they just wanted to throw something in here because there's nothing to label. The mind doesn't have any parts. All right. Now, the first thing that I really want to call your attention to, lesson-wise, is, geez, this is my first time I'm noticing that this word isn't even predominant in the text. Your affect. They've got it in parentheses. And it's probably the most important word that I talk about is your affect. Notice how I'm pronouncing it. When you see that word, you would typically pronounce it affect. But when it pertains to the mind, it takes on a different meaning or connotation to it. So we pronounce it differently. We pronounce it affect rather than affect to show or that it is a different form of the word. So a person's affect, it's your emotional display. So at least they got that correct. Emotional thought process is an outward display. And it's not just on the face, it's your entire body. So when a person's affect, when you look at the lady in this picture, what is she showing you? What can you take away from her? What is she showing?
Distraught,
She's
sad,
distraught. Anybody else?
Depressed.
Depressed, sad,
overwhelmed.
sad, or at the very least, disinterested. So this is her affect, what she's showing to people around you. Now, why we need to understand that is because, are y'all familiar with the condition of, have y'all ever heard of that condition before, autism? Okay. These people have difficulty reading a person's affect. They can't process visual expression the way the rest of us do. And as a result, they would actually not see anything wrong with this lady. Where most of you, if you walked into somebody's office and you saw them sitting there like this, that would change your interaction with them. You see what I mean? When we read other people, we adjust our interaction to fit their mood. And this is what we mean when we say that moods are contagious. If you're sitting in a meeting like this, just totally disinterested, that's going to start to affect the people around you because they're seeing that. It happens to me occasionally. I'm looking for somebody right now. When I'm teaching and I'm seeing everybody's faces and I see somebody in there like this, that affects how I teach because I'm reading disinterest. Okay? And so when we display our emotions to other people, that affects the interaction with those people. So most of us know that. We probably may not have been able to put it into words, but we know. And many times we hide our affect. How many times have you had to hide your affect from your children? Where you're in a pissy mood or sad mood, and they're just like, mama, and mama, and mama, and mama. And you're, okay, baby, I see that, and you try to hide it. How many times have you tried to hide your affect from your partner? You're like, you're thinking about the guy you went out with when you were 16 and how fine he was. Hey, babe. Oh, hey, sweetie. Oh, you look good in that outfit. So anyway, unfortunately, though, when we hide our emotions, that can sometimes lead to problems as well. If the person doesn't know that you're depressed and they keep saying things like, come on, let's get up, let's go out and do something. You're like, I don't feel like it right now. My feet hurt. Well, come on, let's just get out. It'd be good for you. And finally it turns to, damn it, I said I didn't want to go out right now. Oh. So now you want to fight. Yeah. So hiding our affect or emotions can sometimes lead to issues in relationships as well. Not only personal relationships, but also work relationships. You work with that person that you don't like. And if you're like me, if I don't like you, you won't know it. There's no reason for me to let you know that I don't like you because we have to interact anyway. So why make that interaction difficult? Just, hey, how you doing? Good morning. Good to see you. Well, hey, Moan, you want to go out and have a drink after work? No. That's not what this is about. Okay? I don't like you. I can work with you, but I don't like you. But most of us have an issue, have a problem doing that. We have to let people know that we don't like them. We talked about that in personality development, and we'll discuss it again with my new students next module. Why is it that we insist on making sure that this person knows I don't like you? Okay. When we should be more toned towards not putting our business in the street. Yeah. It's none of your business how I feel or what I think. So don't be thinking that, da, 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 da. But anyway, so what you're seeing there is this person's affect. If this person had what we refer to as a flat affect, that means they're not showing you anything. I'm not happy. I'm not sad. I'm not depressed. I'm not anything. I'm just there. It's a flat affect. And it's often associated with mental disorders. People who think about somebody who, have you ever been talking to somebody and you finally just had to stop for a second and go, where are you? Because you're not really listening to me. You are in your own place. Yesterday, my wife was in the zone, y'all. We're going out to find her a new car. And and she's been home all day by herself. She hadn't been at work with her work. So she's just talking and talking and talking. And I mean, just going, just that mouth would not stop. And finally, after a few seconds, I just turned and said, I'm sorry, were you saying something? Oh, I was talking to you and da, 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 da. Girl just, boom. I mean, she was just going for it yesterday. And I probably had a flat affect while she was talking. Like, I care about, these people you work with and so and this boy over here. And they called me about blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like I care, man. I don't, she just, boom. My wife's a talker. And believe it or not, I'm not. At 1 o'clock, I'll turn this bad boy off and I'm done talking for the day. And she's like, why you won't talk to me? 'Cause I talk all damn day. You can talk to your little students, but you can't talk to me. I be hearing you talk to your little students all day long and da, da, da. Come out here and you ain't got nothing to say to me. I'm supposed to be your wife. And I'm like, whatever, man, take that with you. Get on my nerves. So anyway, and like, again, we can do that kind of stuff because we've been married long enough. All right, so if you're showing somebody a flat affect, that's going to confuse them a little bit. And they're going to stop, and eventually they're going to ask, are you okay? Are you here? Are you someplace else? What are you thinking about? And so on. All right, so let me get one more. All right.
Mr.
Yes, what?
Christopher messaged and said he's having trouble logging on to let you know.
Okay, thank you. All right, you guys, I do appreciate it when y'all do that kind of stuff. When y'all let me know if there's somebody out there that, All right, so anyway, Jennifer and Savannah are kind of catching me off guard right now because on the screen, y'all are right next to each other on the screen and y'all are in the same place, right?
We're mom and daughter.
Yeah, I know. So I keep seeing you walk over to her screen. I'm like, how are they doing that?
Sorry, my AC.
Yeah. And then I realized, oh, they're in the same place. Because I saw you get up and walk over and you suddenly walk past Savannah's screen. I'm like, how did she and the two screens are right next to each other too. So y'all are cruising back and forth between each other. But anyway, all right. So that is your affect, your emotional display to the people around you. And you should recognize how that affects people around you. It tends to affect other people's moods when they are, interacting with you. All right. So let's move on down. Down here, this next page 825, those are all what we call neurotransmitters. And again, they're part of the brain, not part of the mind. So it looked like to me like this author was desperate to get some parts in here. And they named all the parts and neurotransmitters of the brain, but the mind just has no parts. And there it goes right there into the vocabulary review. So the only word we used from these entire first 3 pages was the limbic and the affect. Yeah. So there was just nothing to put there because there are no parts to the mind. So we are going to, that goes right into the vocabulary review and the homework. Even the homework is only 1 page. There's just nothing to label, but there's a lot to talk about. We'll spend at least a day, if not 2 days, in the rest of this section right here. So nothing to label, but a lot to talk about. I put a few of these are going to be on your assessment, on your test for this section, and I'll point those out as we go, like always. So it takes us right into the mental disorders, the disorders of the mind. And let's start with this word right here, neurosis. Neuro actually means nerve. And osis is a suffix that means, oh, doggone, I can't write off the edge of the page. Condition. So neurosis is literally defined as a condition of the nerves. That's the literal definition. But when we use it in, diagnoses and so on, we're referring to abnormal conditions of nervousness. If a person is being, and we'll use this word later on in other discussions, if a person is being neurotic, that means that they are pretty much out of control. They're letting their emotions guide their actions. They're blowing up, they're yelling and screaming at people. Sometimes they're punching people, grabbing people, and so on. They're just kind of out of control. They're being neurotic. So a couple of ways to use that word part, neuro. And in this case, neurosis, pointing out conditions of nervousness and anxiety leading to your anxiety disorders. And that's the first area we're going to touch on. And we start with this one right here. Generalized anxiety disorder. Your generalized anxiety disorder. Okay. What is that? Okay. Has anybody ever been anxious? Y'all never been anxious before, right? Yeah, you have. All right. So what were you feeling when you were anxious? What kind of sensations were you having when you're anxious about something?
Hyper, over processing.
You were hyper. So you had
over processing, overthinking.
You had a lot of energy, so you were hyper or pumped up. Jennifer?
Nervous, scared.
Nervous or scared. Okay. Anybody else?
I get hot and sweaty hands.
Hot and sweaty palms. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody get butterflies in your stomach?
Yeah, butterflies. Heart starts racing.
Found it a little difficult to concentrate.
Faster. Yeah.
Might find it a little bit difficult to concentrate. Okay. So you have all these sensations happening to you at one time, and they can be overwhelming. And that's what we refer to as being anxious. Now, the difference between you and this person right here is that you knew what was making you anxious. Okay. I've got a job interview tomorrow. So-and-so is getting on my nerves. The kids are getting on my nerves. My partner's getting on my nerves. Job interview, big test tomorrow, You knew the source of your anxiety. And when that source was resolved, the anxiety went away. But when you have a state of generalized anxiety disorder, remember, guys, when we start to put that word on the end of something, disorder, that's the mental issues or the mental disorders. We all get anxious sometimes, and we usually know what it is that's making us anxious. But in these folks, it's general. It's just happening. There's no one thing that they can put their finger on. I'm anxious right now because of da, da, da. Or you have to excuse me, I'm nervous because I'm meeting my in-laws for the first time. This person can't put a finger on it like that. And as a result, their anxiety becomes even worse. Now, dwelling on issues, what if, predicting or fearing that the worst will happen to self, family, or friends, that is just a simplified definition right there. There is way more to this than dwelling on what if scenarios. And generalized anxiety often leads to, and these two should be, they're going alphabetical order, I guess, I don't know, but these two should be separate or together with this one afterwards. Generalized anxiety disorder and panic attacks. Why should they be together? Because they go hand in hand. Okay. All right, so what then is a panic? Yes, Sarah.
Cassie and Chris are saying that they're trying to log on and it's stating that you're on another meeting and that it's not letting them log on.
Then did they
Mine was doing that. Tell them that they should go through the email.
Yes, that's
because it was doing that.
Go to the email.
that.
Yeah, go to the email I sent this morning and click on there, which is
Okay.
probably what most people in here did this morning.
Okay, let me let them know.
Yeah, I get that sometimes too. When I come home from work, I come in here to this computer and it says logged into another meeting on the screen. I don't know why it's doing that, because I guess I'm just not using the same password at work or the same meeting code at work as I am at home. I'll get that squared away. But yeah, tell them to go to the link this morning and click on that and bring it in.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
All right, so panic attacks. What are they? Has anybody ever had one before?
I have them.
I have them.
Okay, if you haven't, then imagine this. You're out somewhere, just doing your thing, either at home or out in the world somewhere, and all of a sudden, you get this overwhelming sense of anxiety. Heart starts racing. You're short of breath. You're sweating. Yeah, there's Cassie coming in now. You're sweating. You're starting to feel like you're having a heart attack. You can't control the shaking. Somebody rushes you to the emergency room and they tell you, there's nothing wrong with you. What? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you. Man, my heart felt like it was about to burst out my chest. I couldn't catch my breath. My head hurt. My ears were hurting. My eyes were blurry. You telling me there's nothing wrong with me? No, it's your mind. Now try to convince somebody of that when they've never heard of this kind of stuff. Like, there's nothing wrong with you. Your mind did that to you. Are you kidding me? Now, where do panic attacks come from? Usually previous events that had you afraid, nervous about something. And it's a form of PTSD as well, post-traumatic stress disorder. But you don't know what it is that triggered the attack. There are triggering events that happen. but we don't always recognize them. Let's say, for example, you were molested when you were a kid, when you were 5 years old, 6 years old, or older, doesn't matter. But you were molested when you were a kid. And the person that molested you at that time smelled like cigarettes. So now you're at the Burger King. You're 23 years old, standing in the Burger King. And there's a person standing next to you that smells like cigarettes. That could be the triggering event. And you have a panic attack standing right there in the Burger King. That's what happened to my sister. She had a panic attack in a fast food place. I don't think it was a Burger King, but it was a fast food restaurant. We were just standing there. And then all of a sudden, like, girl, what's wrong with you? I can't breathe. And she had a panic attack right there. There was some triggering event. Could have been somebody's perfume. Could have been a word. Somebody said something and they pronounced it in a way that triggered your mind to release a memory to you. So triggering events are not always easy to point out because they can be something really, really simple. They can be something really simple, like a smell, a word, or a sound, a song that you hear while driving your car, and then all of a sudden, that song may have triggered that panic attack. And we don't really understand how they work or why they come up like that all of a sudden. However, anybody who's had one of these will tell you that they are so scary that you start to fear having another panic attack. So your mind can now become the trigger. You are sitting in your living room, and for some reason, you start thinking about that panic attack you had 2 months ago. And that thought could be a trigger for a panic attack right now. You're so afraid that you're going to have another one. Some people have panic attacks in their sleep. Dreams trigger panic attacks in some cases. All right, so that is panic attacks. We don't understand the mechanism completely, but we do know that they can be triggered by events, and that having a panic attack can be the impetus for having another panic attack in the future. Yeah. You become so afraid that you're going to have another one, especially if the panic attack that you had occurred in public in front of other people and you peed your pants. And you're out there now, I don't want to pee on myself in front of people again. And there you go. You end up having another panic attack. All right. So generalized anxiety disorder is more than just what ifing everything. It is a state of constant high anxiety. And then panic attacks tend to happen with people who have generalized anxiety disorder, but other people as well. All right. So the next thing we're going to talk about is this one right here. The obsessive compulsive disorder. Now this is, where did she go? Anyway, probably the second most self-diagnosed condition out there. Everybody believes they are OCD. And let me tell you where people getting it wrong right here. That's a word that we just overuse too much, guys. Disorder means you've been diagnosed with this stuff. And the truth is, we all have obsessions. Obsessions are common in people. And probably one of the most common obsessions And I usually demonstrate this in class by having somebody, whoever's close to me, I'll just hand them a piece of paper like this. And I'll say, here, fold that in half for me. And here's what I get almost every time. And I'll play around with them. What are you doing? Well, I'm folding, Miss Mo. Well, why are you doing all that? Because I have to fold it in half. The edges have to be even. Da, 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 da. There you go. Now, see, that's an obsession. If it's something that you're compelled to do. For me, folding, yep, almost everybody will do that kind of stuff. But one of my main obsessions is stacking. I have to stack things. And if I don't, it will annoy me the entire time. So if I'm like, for example, checking in at an appointment at a clinic and there's a stack of handouts on the desk, that's going to bother me. So what I'll sometimes do is while I'm talking to you, good morning, my name is Mr. Mahone. I have an appointment with so-and-so. And I'll tend to stack up your papers right there. They'd be looking at me, did you just stack my stuff? Yes. And I'm wondering why you don't. I have to have things stacked. When I order a Big Mac, you ever order a Big Mac from McDonald's? Get that thing and like the burger sliding this way and the bread is sliding that way and the cheese is hanging off the side over here and all this mess. I have to take it apart and I have to restack it. And my wife's looking at me like, you know, why do you do that? Because it annoys me to have stuff just not stacked up. If you saw me in the classroom, there are always stacks of paper up on the table in front of me while I'm teaching in the classroom. And it's just one of my common things, y'all. Usually when I teach this in the classroom and I say, yeah, one of my obsessions is stacking. We see you. That's all you do up there. Got to stack everything. Yes, everything's got to be stacked up and eat it. And also, when I set something down on the table, it has to have the same amount of space between the paper and the edge of the table and the bottom of the table. So I have to center it and get the edge spacing correct. Otherwise, it'll just bother me while I'm standing there. So those are obsessions. They're not necessarily bad until they stop you from living your life. When that happens, that's when we put the word disorder on there. You are so obsessed that your house is going to be broken into that you can't leave the house. You can't go to work. Because as soon as I do, somebody's going to break in my house. That's when we give it the word disorder. Does anybody count things? You see a bunch of stuff, you just got to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm good now. And you're not going to be good until you finish counting them. It's just an obsession. You might count ceiling tiles or steps. I count steps. 45 steps coming up to the 3rd floor in our building. And how many times do I count them? Every time I go up. I can't help myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. So there are 10 steps in every landing except for the first landing, or all the way at the bottom only has 5. So 45 steps. Can't help myself. Sometimes I count words. If you're talking to me, I might be listening to you and at the same time counting the number of words in the sentence that you use when you're talking to me. Like, Mr. Mahone, what are the homework pages? Mr. Mahone, what are the homework pages? And if the sentence that you use comes out to be an odd number, I rearrange it until there are an even number of words in that sentence. I need symmetry. I'm obsessed with symmetry. Symmetry is when things balance out. For example, this is not symmetrical. That is not symmetrical. I have a problem with that. This I had to come around and make it. Anyway, things have to be the same in two different stacks or two different sides or even numbered and so on. I don't like odd. Okay? That's obsessions. Anybody not step on cracks? Step on a crack, break your mama's back. I used to jump up and down on that bad boy. It was not working. Mama bitch getting on my nerves. Anyway, I need to get, let me do this. I'm keeping attendance as I go. All right. Not stepping on cracks. How about splitting the pole? When you're walking with somebody, you can't split the pole.
My mama will pop you in the back of the head if you did that.
Bread and butter. Grown ass. That's my wife. You know those little poles outside of Walmart, the ones that sit right outside the door, like almost like keep cars from hitting the door and stuff. Whenever we go to the Walmart, man, I wait to the last minute and jump to one side. And she will literally stop, turn around, walk back, and go back around that pole. And I'm like, yo, grown ass. And if she can't go back, bread and butter. Your grown ass just say bread and butter. Bread and, yeah, because you know you're going to have bad luck and da. So I do it on purpose. I jump to the other side real quick. Hey, babe, you just did that on purpose. See, you're going to give us bad luck. I'm like, yo, grown ass, talking about bad luck. So splitting the pole, things like that, can be obsessions for us. Some common obsessions are hand washing. People we call microphobes, used to be called germaphobes, now they're called microphobes, things like that. But what if you're obsessed that your house is going to burn down? The idea of your house burning down is your obsession. The compulsion is what you are compelled to do as a result of that obsession. So if somebody is obsessed that their house is going to catch fire, what would their compulsions be?
Checking the furnace, checking to make sure there's nothing left on at all times. And
all right. How about a fire extinguisher in every room? A smoke alarm in every room. A fire detector, thing that detects heat rather than smoke, in every room. If they leave the house or go to bed, unplug everything, including the refrigerator. So these folks don't keep like refrigerated things. They don't let anything electrical be running in their house while they're asleep or not at home. A fire extinguisher next to the bed while they sleep. And you see, all these things are fine. Nobody's going to tell you, oh, that's crazy, you shouldn't do that. Nope. If it's the thing that helps you sleep at night, do it. If it's the thing that lets you leave and get to work in the morning, do it. There's nothing wrong with compulsions unless they're unhealthy. We'll even encourage these folks to do things like keep a checklist at the front door of your house or apartment. And as you leave, you take down one, you check everything. Yes, I unplugged the iron. I unplugged this. I unplugged that. I unplugged this. I checked the red light on the smoke detector. I checked the red light on the fire extinguisher. So everything is good. If that's going to help you get in your car and go to work, do it. Because if you don't, you're going to be halfway to work and you think, did I unplug the iron? And what do you have to do now? You have to go back home and check. So if it's going to help you to live your life, then the compulsions are good for you. They help you get your butt out the house, or they help you make it to your sister's funeral or your sister's wedding or whatever without being so distracted. Probably the most common obsession in people today. Anybody know what it is? What would you guess it is? The most common obsession with people.
My
Cleanliness.
phones.
OCD.
Well,
Fear
that's
of
what we're
heights.
talking about, OCD.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The most common obsession is what?
Mommy. Can mommy?
You know what? Y'all not, what you say? Who said what?
What a person looks like on the outside.
Okay. Not yet. Nobody's hit it yet.
Social
No.
media, like the Facebook.
Compulsive thinking.
Wouldn't it be something about medical right now?
It's
Fear
so
sickness?
obvious to everybody but y'all. We don't tend to see our own obsessions. But here it is right here.
Says cell phone. You hear me?
Thing. Yep. How many of you, if you left the house going to work and realized suddenly you did not have your phone, how many of you would have to go back and get it?
I would. I would because my wallet's chained up to my phone.
Well, not if it's a certain distance away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to be within a certain feet of the thing. Because my watch is synced up too, but if I leave the phone and go to work, I'm not going to get anything on my watch. They've
Oh,
got
yeah.
to be within a certain number of feet of each other. So how many of you would have to go back and get your phone? You know damn well y'all would.
I would.
Or at the very least, you'd be walking around all day feeling like something is
No.
missing. It's like me and my watch.
Leave it all the time. I don't care about that.
Y'all, I'm not even leaving the house today. But I got my watch on. It's like me and my watches. If I forget my watch, I will look at my wrist at least 100 times that day. Going, oh man, I forgot my watch. Oh man, I don't have my watch. These things are becoming an obsession with y'all. And I think that sometimes I leave the thing at home just because. I'll think about, oh, where's my, I forget it. Just because we are becoming so obsessed with this thing. The point where if we were in the classroom right now, and I've watched this for years, y'all. If we were in the classroom right now, and I said, okay, guys, let's go and take a 15-minute break. 90% of y'all, boom, phone out. Back when I first started teaching, okay, guys, let's take a break. Everybody starts talking to each other. So did you get that? So what did you say about that? Blah, 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 blah. Today, guys, let's take a break. Go. Everybody. Have you noticed, have they told y'all that they are trying to ban talking and texting or walking and texting? People are walking in the shit. People are walking out in front of cars. Kids stepping off the curb and this kind of stuff. Texting. They're trying to ban it. Just like they have banned selfies in some places. Did y'all know that? This one fool trying to take a picture of himself in a museum in front of this, 2,000-year-old vase. And what do you think he did? He knocked the damn thing over. Broke it. Can y'all imagine the bill that they send in his 2,000-year-old vase? He knocks it over trying to take a selfie with it. People have fallen off buildings trying to take selfies and so on. So these things right here, y'all, yeah, they do keep you connected, but they also distract you. And if you're one of those people who think that you can drive and text, you're wrong. The only person who thinks you can do that is you, because everybody else around you is seeing what you're doing. Cruising over the line back, cruising over the line and back, and they get right up next to you, and there you are. Guys, it's ridiculous. It's like trying to watch TV and drive your car at the same time. Would you do that? Would y'all sit there and trying to text while you're driving the damn car down the street? And, you're going to hurt somebody, if not yourself. So anyway, those phones are the most common obsession today. My wife walks room to room in the house with her phone. And I just told her the other day, babe, we just need to go and get a house phone. We do. One that could ring and you could hear it anywhere in the house, because just walking room to room, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Dot, dot, dot. And y'all know me by now. You know what I do. She put that bad boy down somewhere. What do y'all think I do? Got that bad boy, slide it in my pocket. And within about 10 minutes, she's going to be, where my phone? You got my phone? I said, where's my phone? Oh, I left my phone, and dot, dot, dot. So anyway, and my wife's my age, so she didn't grow up with them like y'all did. But she has adapted very well to the phone society, carry a phone everywhere she goes. All right, so obsessive compulsive. Again, if your obsession is stopping you from going to work, living your life, you don't do the things you ordinarily would do, that's when we give it the word disorder. All right. Panic disorder. Phobias. Phobias are an anxiety disorder as well. Things like fear of this and fear of that. There are phobias for everything out there. Phobias of bald men, phobias of ugly people, phobias of people who wear glasses. The list just goes on and on, guys, of all these different phobias out there. Martinez, Tatiana, and who's the other Martinez? Maria. Phobias of every freaking thing in the world, y'all. If you went online and you Googled phobia, it would come up. The list would go on and on and on. It wouldn't stop. Okay? The most common phobias, and again, the author of this chapter left out the number one phobia in people. And as we go through this list, see if you can think of what that might be. Number 2 is here, but number 1 is not in the list. All right, so agoraphobia or acrophobia is a fear of heights. Now, let me tell you where people overuse this stuff. I was on the Empire State Building. We were up top at the little viewing deck up there. And there was this lady up there who was over towards the edge. And no, she wasn't towards the edge. She was like standing towards the back like I was. And there were some people there with her. And they were like, come on over here. Look over the side. Oh, no, no, no. Come on over and look. Oh, no, no, no. And finally she said, because I have a fear of heights. No, you don't. No, you do not. If you had a fear of heights, your ass wouldn't be up here. And I don't care what they would have said to get you up here, you wouldn't have fallen for it. There is no way you would be standing up here right now if you had a fear of heights. People overuse these terms. Now, heights made her uncomfortable. Heights make me uncomfortable. That's why I wasn't standing over there looking over the edge either. But I know I don't have a fear of heights to that extent. So I don't, I'm uncomfortable at height, but I don't have a fear of heights. Okay. So we should not overuse these terms. Agoraphobia is a fear of crowds or public spaces. They make me uncomfortable as well. But I can go downtown on New Year's Eve. We usually do every year. Probably not this year or next year, but we used to go downtown on New Year's Eve, see the fireworks and get up to the food booths and all of that. But I don't like it. It doesn't make me, I feel uncomfortable around all those people. Arachnophobia is fear of spiders. Claustrophobia would have been a good guess for number 1, but it's not. A fear of closed-in spaces or tight spaces. Microphobia is a fear of germs. Another good candidate for number 1, but it's not. Fear of, and these are the people who wash their hands all the time and so on. Aphidophobia is a fear of snakes. I'm laughing because y'all know who that is. We were coming up to the house one day and it had been raining and there was a snake laying or a stick laying across the sidewalk and it was wet. So as I stepped over, my wife's behind me, as I stepped over, I go, oh, look, snake, right? I took about 2 steps, turned, and she was like 3 houses down the street, standing down there like this. I'm like, what are you doing? It's a snake. I said, man, it's not a snake, it's a stick. Look, I pick it up. Well, throw it over there. Man, it's just a stick. Let's throw it over there. So anyway, I have this. Can she hear me? No, she can't hear me. I have this rubber snake. And I want to put it in the shower one morning, but I'm scared to. Like put it in there and just let her open the door and see it in the shower. I want to do it. It would be a perfect joke, but I'm scared too, because I'm going to end up explaining that to the police. And they say, Ms. Mahone, what happened? Well, I was just playing a practical joke. And they'd be like, well, who's laughing now? Because your wife had a heart attack and died, or tried to run out of the bathroom and bang, ran into something and killed herself or some shit. So I want to do it, but I'm scared, y'all, because it's going to work. I promise you that. She is this thing about snakes. Every time she like, what are you doing, babe? I'm looking to see if there's any snakes over there. I'm like, hey, come on now, yeah. But you don't know. It might be a snake in that grass over there. You don't know. So anyway, her and her freaking snakes. Okay. So aphidophobia is a fear of snakes. Social phobia. These are people who probably got embarrassed in public once or in social situations, and now they're just try to avoid them. Let me ask y'all something. Do men and women, do y'all even still like dance together? Like in a club or something, see a cute girl across the club, you walk over, hey, how you doing? You want to dance? Y'all get out on the dance floor and talk and like meet each other. Do y'all do that kind of stuff anymore? I
Ms.
know.
Mahone,
Yes.
we lean with it, rock with it.
What?
We lean with it, rock with it.
Oh, you do? So you just kind of hang out in the club like this, right?
I just don't ask. They just get up on you. They don't ask, can we dance
Them
with
ass, they just like, oh yeah, girl, go ahead, go ahead. I DJ'd for several years, and I noticed the change from my day when introduce yourself, ask girls you want to come out on the dance floor, to you with until the day of 5 or 6 women on the floor together, just kind of doing this, and all the guys just standing around looking. I don't know, but anyway, social phobia. See, back in the day when we were in school, they used to have these things called sock hops. Do they still do that anymore? Where the school has a little dance party and you can't wear your shoes in the gym, so everybody had to wear socks, so they call it the sock hop. Most of them were shut in, where your parents have to come pick you up. They won't just let you leave till your parents get there to pick you up, that kind of stuff. But anyway, usually it starts out with all the boys on one side of the gym and all the girls on the other side. And your homies egging you on. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go and ask her to dance. All right, I'm going. Leave me alone. Go ahead. Go ahead. And you walk all the way across the gym. They go, hey, will you dance with me? And she says, no, no. And it kind of echoes across the gym. And now all your homies are making fun of you because you got to walk all the way back across. You might come out of that with a little bit of social phobia. I'm not asking nobody else to dance. I was so everybody made fun of me. So social phobia, fear of being embarrassed or humiliated in front of others. Here's number 2 right here. Thanatophobia, the number 2 fear amongst people is the fear of death. Thanatos was the Greek god of death, and thanatophobia is the fear of death. Xenophobia is a fear of strangers. Xeno represents the unknown. And that's why in math, X came to represent the unknown. Hence the term Xeno, the X. And that's where Malcolm X comes from, where he got the X from. And xenophobia, the fear of strangers. So, has anybody thought of What is the number one fear amongst people? We used the word yesterday, actually, or Monday, actually, or no, Tuesday. The number one fear in people is glossophobia. Anybody remember what glosso means? It's one of the words.
Isn't it something to do with the mouth?
Mm-hmm. Something particular about the mouth. Glosso and linguo both mean tongue. Glossophobia, the fear of public speaking. Yep, having to get up in front of somebody and talk. Glossophobia, the number one fear amongst people. So those are examples of phobias. Now, the idea of exposure therapy has been discounted. Nobody does that anymore. Exposure therapy is when they take you, if you have a fear of heights, they take you on an airplane ride, that kind of stuff. Take you up to the top of the Empire State Building and so on. And it doesn't work. It just reinforces their fears. For example, if you have a fear of heights and I take you up to the top of the Empire State Building, you're going to have a panic attack. And when you finally get away from there, you're going to be, see, I told you. I can't go to heights. I told you, I'm da-da-da. So it just reinforces the fear in them. It doesn't cure anything. So you're not going to cure somebody of claustrophobia by locking them in the closet. They're going to have a panic attack and pee on themselves and poop on themselves and cry and scream and bang on the door and blah, 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 until they're exhausted. And when you finally let them out of there, see, I told you. So exposure therapy is not the way to go with fears. So what do we do then? Tell them to avoid that thing. If you have a fear of heights, avoid heights. Don't take a damn apartment on the 15th floor. It's just stupid. Okay? Avoid the thing. All right, me, I don't like to fly. Although I did fly for several years as part of my career. We were flying every 3 or 4 days all over the country to other countries and so on when I was in the Air Force. But I just don't like to fly. My wife was a flight nurse. Flying doesn't bother her. But me, every time I went on these airplanes, I would be the whole time just nervous. You would usually leave in the mornings, like a Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, go to the airport, and I would have a Bloody Mary before I got on the damn airplane, just because I just don't like flying. And if I can avoid it, I don't. All right, so those are phobias, fears of all these different things out there. And remember, there are phobias for almost everything. The next thing is the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Do y'all believe this is a real thing? You do?
Yes.
You do? All right. All right. So what
For
is
some
it?
people?
First of all, let me ask you this. Is it strictly military?
No.
No.
Okay. All right. So what is it?
PTSD is post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Disorder. Yeah. Okay. It says that right there. But what is it?
I think
Okay.
it's like when you think about a situation and you start getting like panics, like thinking about something that already happened. So you're always fearful of it happening again.
There's the word right there.
Something traumatic happened.
Fear. Now, does PTSD happen to brave people or just to cowards?
To all people.
Anyone.
Okay. Y'all know what it means to be brave? See, if somebody's not scared of something, in other words, you're going into combat and you're not scared. See, that's not brave, that's stupid. Brave means that you're scared, but you do the thing anyway. That's being brave. So people who are heroes and that type of stuff, it doesn't mean they weren't afraid when they did that thing. It's just that they faced the fear and did it anyway. That's what it means to be a hero or to be brave. So everybody has fear. You were in a scenario where the fear was generated by something that you could not control. PTSD is usually more about lack of control than it is about the fear itself. For example, you're afraid to go into this combat scenario. People are shooting at you, you're shooting at them, but you're forced to go anyway. And when you get through that scenario, the fear itself maintains in you. And when you remember it, you not only remember it, but the feelings come back as well. So if you were molested as a kid, 6 years old, and you were afraid, when you remember that when you're 20 years old, you don't have the same fear. So not only does the memory come back, but the emotions come back with it. And if the memory involves you fighting for your life, then what's going to come back when you remember it? That fear of fighting for your life. So you not only relive the memories, you relive the emotions that go along with it. My son, for a while, he was into these, I don't know, these mushroom things that's supposed to make you hallucinate and all this stuff. You know what? He's a grown man. It's his business. He came by the house one day and he brought me a bag of these. Dad, you should try these out, man. They can make you hallucinate. I said, son, you know how much effed up shit I got in my head? Who the hell wants to relive that mess? I'm not going to be taking something that makes me relive the trauma of my life, because that's what hallucinations are. Remember, they come from your own mind. And my mind can generate some pretty horrible shit that I've seen in my life. So who the hell wants to relive that crap? And yes, I do have PTSD, but it it shocks people sometimes. They say, well, oh, Mom, yeah, I got the PTSD. Oh, dude, you got it it was in the service, huh? No. I had PTSD before I joined the service. My PTSD comes from the hood, the ghetto, the projects, shootings, stabbings. I told y'all I was 9 years old when my dad stabbed my Uncle Buck. I was 12 years old when my Uncle Buck shot and killed this guy in front of us. We've had people shootings at family reunions and stuff like that. People beat to death in the street, stepping over dead bodies going to school. And I'm not exaggerating. Stepping over dead junkies going to school in the mornings. Traipsing through the blood to get into your own apartment. We got home one day and the police, we lived in projects, and they had the steps going up to the apartment. They had the whole thing cordoned off, somebody being killed on the steps. And my sister and I are down there and we're crying. I guess I was maybe 7. My sister was 9 or something like that. And we're crying and stuff because we got to get up to the apartment, because my mama's going to call the apartment at 3:30. And if we're not there, that's an ass whooping. Every day, 3:30, phone ring. You better answer that damn phone. I'm beating your ass when I get home. So we're going to get a whooping because we're not there to answer the phone. So the police finally felt sorry for us and they decided to escort us up to the apartment. The body was still on the landing where they'd been shot, but they had it covered with a tarp. And we had to kind of step around it to get up to the stairs to get up to the apartment. And my mom got home and I got a whooping anyway because I had blood on my shoes. From trying to step around, I had stepped into some of the blood. She saw the blood on my shoes. Boy, I want to tell you about these damn shoes. And she gave me a whooping. So that's where my PTSD comes from, y'all, back in the hood, just growing up like that. So I've never been in combat in the military or anything, thank God. I served between wars. And when they started talking about Desert Shield, Desert Storm, all that mess, I put in my retirement paperwork. I was like, I'm not about to go to desert because George Bush wants to go over there and vindicate his daddy and go after this man for whatever, whatever. No, it's okay. I'll just get out of service. This is not somebody who's attacking our country or our way of life. This is somebody who the president just doesn't like. And as a result, we're going to go to war for that. Now I'll just get out of service. So anyway, I do have PTSD. My diagnosis is major depression recurrent secondary to post-traumatic stress disorder. All right. So when they legalized pot for medicinal purposes in Texas, I'm gonna be the first one in line. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, where that pot? Mm-hmm. Get up there and get me some. Already got my diagnosis. All I have to do is go down there. So anyway, PTSD. Now, my sister had an issue with PTSD, and it's something that we have to be maybe cautious about. I finally found out why my sister was having those panic disorders or those panic attacks. She was molested when we were little by one of the uncles. Right? So now we're older, and she's been dealing with these little panic attacks her whole, childhood. And now she's an adult, and she says, I want to go and confront this person. I'd already been through some schooling after a while by the time that happened. And I was like, sweetie, you sure you want to do that? Well, yeah, I want to go and confront him. He hurt me, and I want to tell him that. I said, well, that's up to you, but there's a chance that it might backfire on you. And it did. And what do I mean by backfire? Okay. What happens if you confront this person and they say to you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm a different person now. I'm not like that anymore. What do you say?
Some people don't even know what to say after that.
Exactly.
Fuck
You see,
yourself. I'm selling it.
You're supposed to be a good person, aren't you? And what do good people do when somebody says they're sorry?
Forgive.
You forgive them. But see, you're not ready to forgive this person. And since you can't forgive them, you're now the bad guy. You see, he's no longer the bad guy. You're the bad guy now. And that's what she walked away with, trying to deal with. Yeah. And she told me, I can't forgive him. I said, I know you can't. And that's kind of what I was telling you at the beginning. See, you want to go there and have this person say something like, you wanted it, you asked for it, and so you get angry and you can yell and scream and and vent some of that. But you didn't get a chance to do that because this person said, I'm sorry. And you still want to yell and scream. You still want to vent and call them names and but you don't get to do that. And now you want to yell and scream at this supposedly person that is better now. And that makes you the bad guy. So be cautious about going back, trying to get some closure with some of these things that have happened in the past. Sometimes it's best to just let it go, y'all, as best you can. Yeah. So PTSD can also happen with things like, natural disasters. Some of these doctors and nurses dealing with the coronavirus stuff might suffer some PTSD just from all the deaths that are happening around them. We try to act like they don't bother us. I'm a medical professional. Guys, I've seen doctors break down in stone cold tears. And see, it's not supposed to bother us. I've seen paramedics break down in tears. Guys, I've picked up babies from microwaves where some asshole sticks a baby in a microwave and turns it on for 10 seconds. And now I am dealing with that. Something as simple as a suicide. Somebody shoots themselves in the head and blows their brains all over the damn wall. Somebody's got to deal with the aftermath of that. And EMT or paramedic is the highest suicide rate in all of healthcare. So if you think you want to work in emergency services, you know, I welcome you. I think you should try it if you want, but it does have a very high suicide, alcoholism, drug abuse, and divorce rates are the highest amongst EMTs. So anyway, dealing with some of that crap out there. My wife, I used to come, when I come home from work, my wife say, babe, how was your day? I say, fine. And back in the day when she didn't understand, she's like, you know, you never talk to me. You never tell me about your day. Okay, babe. Some asshole took an 18-month-old or 8-month-old baby, stuck him in the microwave, turned it on for 10 seconds. You want to talk about that over dinner?
No,
Or
thank you.
do you want to just let it go? And eventually she figured, well, just let it go. Yeah. Today, you know, we have a little better relationship as far as communication, but back then, and even today, though, when I come home from work, she said, babe, how's your day? Fine. She know I just don't talk about my day. I just got in the habit of not doing that. And not to say that my wife hadn't seen some horrible shit in her life, but she also been in nursing and flight nurse and all this stuff for years and years. Right. So anyway, and not to say that y'all will all have PTSD but you're going to see some stuff out there. How many think you might want to work in pediatrics? All right, get ready. You're going to see some stuff out there.
I know it's a lot going on in pediatrics.
Yeah. You may find yourself, one day, y'all, I'm sitting up in the emergency room and I'm dealing with a 11-year-old girl who has both hips dislocated because some 200-pound man tried to have sex with her and dislocated both her hips. What kind of pain must that have been? Anyway, so that's why PTSD is also high amongst healthcare workers. Some of the stuff you see out there, it's a fraud. You'd be surprised, well, maybe not, what the things that people can do to each other. All right, so let's move on, just because we don't end up with some PTSD if we don't. Okay, anorexia nervosa. We saw a picture of one of these people in the digestion part. Remember the lady whose kidney dropped out of place? These are people, extreme chronic fear of being fat and an obsession with becoming thinner. These are people, they have a distorted body image. No matter how thin they look, they tend to find something on their body, some piece of fat that they, I need to lose this little piece of fat right here, and as a result, there you go, overly skinny. They know that they have an issue. They tend to wear baggy clothes to hide it from the people around them. So they know there's an issue, but they just can't stop. It's just an obsession with them. They're going to have to see a psychiatrist. And in many cases, even that won't stop it. Now, where does it start? Somebody who has anxiety disorder, and you couple that with the media or society's idea of what's attractive. So they start to obsess on the idea of being attractive. And what do we tell people out there in the world? Attractive is what? This girl is attractive. This one right here, oh, she's fat. The media, society does that to us. And it does that to our girls. And that's a damn shame. Don't let your children fall for that, guys. Okay. And the best way to do that is to make sure that your children know that they are attractive. And how do you do that? You reinforce it.
It every day.
Constantly. Yes. Don't let them fall for what society tells them. Okay. But today, society still says, even in this day and age, society still says that if you're not, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 108 pounds with big breasts, you're not attractive, because that's all we ever see on the TV shows and da 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 da. My wife loves that one lady. What's her name? I can't remember her name. She's a large lady. She's a singer. What's her name?
Lizzo.
Yeah.
Lizzo. Yeah, my wife loves Lizzo, y'all. And even her, when she started, people just, oh, she's that's not attractive. She's fat. Look at her. She don't care about herself. Or she has no self-esteem. She has no self-control. Da 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 da. And it was in the news, and they finally just stopped because she wasn't going to stop. Wasn't it even Trump? Didn't Trump say something about her? Yeah, and she was just, hell with y'all. I'm not going to stop. And as a result, now the trend has shifted the other way. The Lizzo T-shirts, and she's being invited to all these shows, and da da da. Her career is taking off, and blah blah blah. So we need more of that. I don't know if anybody remembers Star Jones. Anybody remember her? For a while, she was the spokesperson for Payless shoes.
Yeah.
And then, Queen Latifah was it Maybelline or one of the makeup lines and so on?
CoverGirl.
CoverGirl. Okay. So the society is starting to just say, you know what, guys? Pretty is pretty. Attractive is attractive. There's no one mold. And to tell you the truth, I think all women are attractive. I'm sorry. I don't care what your body size, skinny, big, whatever. I just happen to fall in love with a skinny woman. But I think I've got the only, my wife's, I don't know if I told y'all my wife's black. But I probably married the only black woman on the planet ain't got no butt. But attractive is just, attractive is more about attitude than the way you look. So anyway, don't let society do this to your children, especially your girls. Bulimia is self-purging. These are people who are trying to be this, but they want the satiation, that feeling of being full, that, they want that, but they don't want to suffer the consequences of it. So they'll eat until they feel good and then self-purge, so they don't have to deal with the consequences of weight gain. Some will overuse laxatives and that type of stuff. Some will use things like Ipecac. That should be an A right there. Ipecac. It's a drug that makes you throw up. We use it in the emergency room for kids who have swallowed, something, whatever. We want them to throw that back up. We give them a teaspoon of Ipecac and they throw the stuff right back up again. So as a result of that, you used to could buy that stuff over the counter to keep it home in your emergency kits and so on. But you can't buy Ipecac over the counter anymore because of these people. They just abuse the stuff. So that is bulimia. And they can have some issues with that. For example, low levels of potassium, things like that can lead to real problems with them. So it also causes electrolyte imbalance. Potassium is one of our electrolytes. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's take a break right now, and we'll do the substance-related disorders when we come back. It's about 9:32. Let's come back at 1:45, and we'll continue. We got 25 people in here right now. I think the only person I'm missing right now is Isaac. Yeah, so I think we're good. All right. So I'll see y'all at 1:45, about 16, 17 minutes, 12 minutes or something like that. All right, so substance abuse. Just a question. Do y'all think that these conditions should be included or considered as mental disorders? What do y'all think? Should alcohol?
Alcoholism and drug use, yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Anybody else?
I'm sorry, what was
I
the
don't
question?
Should these things be considered mental disorders?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because I think it's the mental disorders that drive people to do drugs and drink alcohol to forget about the disorders that they have.
Okay. An underlying condition like PTSD or depression could be the cause of their addiction. Anybody else?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let me tell you what happened in the early 90s when alcoholism was added to the mental disorders. The number of people, of mentally disabled people or mentally ill people in the country quadrupled. But the budget to care for these people did not increase at all. So we had 4 times as many mentally ill people that they're supposed to care for under the same budget. So that was a problem for me, because the state hospital is overrun with these people now, all of these people. So what happens to the schizophrenics, the bipolars? Well, really? That's supposed to be the erase side. What happens to all those people now?
They wouldn't get the care that they need.
There's no place for them because the state hospital is taken up with alcoholics, with what's the stuff today, meth addicts and so on. And don't get me wrong, y'all, I was an alcoholic when I was a young man. We were alcoholic as teenagers because that's just how we drank. We drank all the time, all day, every day. And that's why I never went to high school. I dropped out of school after the 8th grade. I just was done with school. My ADHD, the drugs we were doing back in those days, and just wouldn't let me go to school at all. For me, it was primarily alcohol and pot. We didn't do cocaine and that type of stuff. That was cocaine was for rich people back then. Doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs. Regular people just couldn't afford cocaine like that. So we drank alcohol and we did pot. People in our neighborhood did heroin. My dad sold heroin. So, you know, we were always around these drugs, and we were all addicted. We rode city buses to school. They didn't have the little yellow buses, the school district buses, that type of stuff. We rode the city buses. And you'd sit in the back of the bus, and everybody had a joint and a little bottle of Brass Monkey, that Funky Monkey. And we're drinking the Brass Monkey and smoking weed on the way to school. That's how we went to school in the mornings. And if you ever wonder why I never went to high school. And when I say going to school, that was junior high. Drinking, smoking weed on the way to school. You got to school, and since we rode city buses, you could go back home anytime you wanted. And we would go walk around the school until the second bell, and then we go get back on the bus and go back home. So yeah, we did a lot of drinking back then. We drank to get drunk. You know, you just drink until you was throwing up. It's just how we rolled. Today, my wife and I will split like Mike's Hard Lemonade or something. She gets half, I get half, and we get drunk, y'all. Seriously, giggling and shit. It's funny to watch us drink because we just don't drink anymore. And yes, you can be addicted to pot. And yes, I was. People, that's a misnomer. The addiction doesn't cause physical withdrawal, but it does cause psychological withdrawal. Leads to depression and anger and . So all types of issues when you smoke as much pot as we did, and then one day you just suddenly stop, like I did when I joined the service. So the thing about these conditions is that these are the people who self-identify. Do crazy people know they're crazy? No.
I mean, I know I'm crazy.
Yeah.
No. So you're not going to have a schizophrenic show up at the state hospital saying, "How you doing? I'm sick. Would you admit me to the hospital?" That's not going to happen. Crazy people don't know they're crazy. So who is it that's showing up at the state hospital saying, "Help me"? Vast majority of them are these people right here, alcoholics. And when are they showing up knocking on the door over there? You see, for them, it's not an illness until when?
What, when they're drunk?
Mm-hmm.
When they can't get it.
Mm-hmm. It's an illness when their ass is in trouble for it. They've had a DUI. They've had some problems with work or at home, and the alcohol has gotten them in trouble. Now, it's an illness. I'm not supposed to go to jail. I'm supposed to go to state hospital and be treated the same as a schizophrenic. And that's my problem with it. Now, when I was back drinking, yeah, when I was an alcoholic, when I was having this kind of stuff, I might have done the same thing. But seeing it with a clear head, you're seeing it for what it is. People who go out there and they do this stuff until it gets them in trouble. And then all of a sudden now they're sick. I need help. They're in the courtroom telling the judge, "Your Honor, I'm sick. I shouldn't go to jail. I should go over to the state hospital and be treated." Now treat your ass in jail, as far as I'm concerned. And that's when they have hit and killed your sister or your mama or your kid with the car. And now they're sick and they want to go to the state hospital and be treated rather than go to prison. I've dealt with them at the state hospital. Some of them were in some of the groups that I did. Yeah. And don't get me wrong now, when I'm dealing with a client, yeah, my opinions don't matter. You go in and you do the job. But there's my opinion. Yeah. I think that they're going to do this until they get themselves in trouble. And then they're knocking on the door saying, "Help me." Yeah. So things like alcohol, amphetamines, diet pills, speed, these were common in the 70s, real popular back then. Anybody who needed to stay up for a long time, doctors, lawyers, policemen, truck drivers, anybody who needed to work long shifts. Cannabis, pot, and then hash. Hash is the same thing. It's made a little bit differently, but you still smoke it and you get the same type of high. Cocaine was not real popular back in my day. Cocaine didn't really start getting popular until the 80s with the cheaper versions of, not cheaper, but more accessible versions of cocaine in the crack environment. LSD, PCP, these were popular in the 70s and 80s. LSD, lysergic, diethylene, I think it is, and then penocyclidine. These both cause hallucinations and so on. So they were popular in like rock environments, like the rock groups and things like that. Jim Morrison and the Doors, groups like that tend to make LSD a little more popular. It's what Big Frank used to sell, my dad's best friend. Big Frank was a giant, and he always had carried candy dots with him. You roll out the little paper, got the little dots of candy on there, and he would tear those off and sell those to grown people. And that always puzzled us when we were kids, like, Big Frank selling candy to grown people. And they were LSD. They would put drops of the popular term for LSD was acid. So they would put a drop of acid on each of the candy dots and sell those to those folks.
Did you ever try acid?
No, never did, never wanted to. Again, anything that's going to make you hallucinate, I don't want nothing to do with it because I just got some too much messed up stuff up there. Inhalants. This is the one thing that I can tell you guys in this list, that if you do this stuff, you will go insane. Period. Inhalants don't affect brain cells, they destroy them. So if you're huffing paint, which is what we used to call it back in the day, huffing, and there was these couple of kids that rode the bus with us, again, going to junior high, and they would, you could hear them in the back of the bus, y'all, and you could smell the spray paint. They were spray painting into a paper bag and then puffing those fumes.
Oh, I hate that smell.
Kids did it so much, y'all, that these were black kids, and they were white around their lips. That's how erosive the damn stuff they were breathing into their lungs. It's enough to take the color out of their tissues, and they're breathing this stuff into their lungs, going straight to their brain cells.
You're a fucking idiot. What you doing?
Chris.
You know she was fucking mad at that?
All right. See, I knew this was going to happen eventually. Turn your damn microphones off. We don't want to hear all that. Effing this and effing that and dot, dot, dot. Turn your microphones off. Okay. All right. So inhalants, again, back in the day, felt tip markers, man. If you took the cap off a marker in class, everybody knew it. And the teacher, what I tell y'all kids about them markers, dot, dot, dot. And you would literally smell those and get stoned from them. So anyway, inhalants, sucking in all of those, dot, dot, dot. Nicotine, obviously addictive. Opioids like morphine, codeine, Demerol, Oxycontin, and so on. And then heroin. My dad sold heroin back in the day, but he wasn't like, you know, the Frank Lucas type of heroin dealer. He just sold, you know, whenever between jobs and that type of stuff. Now his brother, my Uncle Junior, he was the Frank Lucas kind of dude, man. Always into something, you know, buying big quantities and selling large quantities. Whenever my dad needed some extra money, he'd get some from his brother and then sell it till, you know, they made the car payment or whatever. And then sedatives like barbiturates, sleeping pills, Valium, and so on. The first drug I ever sold to somebody, my thing back in the day was I sold joints at school. But the first drug I ever sold was barbiturates. And that was the time I needed a pair of roller skates. I was 12. I went to my dad. I said, Dad, man, I need a new pair of skates. And he was bagging up weed for my mama because my mom sold weed. So he was bagging up the weed, and they had a big trash bag, and he's just reaching in and just bagging this stuff up. And I'm like, Dad, I need some skates, man. Well, how much they cost? I said, they cost $70. Boy, ain't nobody got no damn stuff. So he reaches into the bag with his big ass hands, takes out handful of as much pot as he could hold in one hand. And these were all buds back in the day. He used to get this from the Jamaicans. And he stuffed that in a paper bag, hand that to me, said, go sell that. So I went down on the corner where the pot people hung out, and I just held the bag open. And one guy looked and said, how much you need, little man? I said, I need $70. He said, ooh, you're probably not going to get $70 for that around here. So I tell you what, though, I'll trade you these. And he gave me a little sandwich bag full of Black Beauties of Speed. And he took that and we traded. And then I went around and dot, dot, dot. Eventually somebody gave me the money I needed. So anyway, and my mom got real mad. So, boy, where you get them skates from? Daddy gave me this, and I went down and that, and I told the story just like I told y'all. And she was like, boy, Lester, get your ass up here. Sitting that boy down selling drugs and da 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 da. So anyway, and my dad's looking like, damn boy. So anyway, so them were the good old days back then. So again, guys, know that you're going to spend some time in your career dealing with these people, alcoholics. I just had no patience for dealing with these folks, y'all. And when we admit you to the hospital, and we ask you how much you drink, we really not caring right at that moment whether you're an alcoholic or not. We just want to know where there's a risk of you having alcohol withdrawal while you're admitted to the hospital. So be honest. Yeah, I drink a 12-pack of beer a day. If you tell them that, then the doctor will probably add beer to your prescription. To give you a beer a day while you're in the hospital so you don't start going through DTs along with whatever illness you're having at that time. We dealt with a lot of delirium tremens up there on the wards, guys. The people who are addicted to the alcohol. Now we're in the military, so of course we didn't see a lot of the other addictions. For us, it was always the alcohol. And if y'all think y'all know how to drink, I know y'all think you do. It's like, well, yeah, we drink this, we drink that. Y'all don't know how to drink. You need to take a bunch of 18, 19-year-olds on a weekend with nothing else to do and no control over them. That's when you see how to drink. We had drinking parties that were just way over the top. When I joined the military, you could drink on base as long as you were in the military. So 18, 19 years old. And we used to do things like around the world parties. That's when you go to one of the dormitories on one of the floors and you open every door to all the rooms, and each room represented a different country. And you would start at the end of the hallway and they start the clock and you run to each room and you chug a Dixie cup size of alcohol from that country. So in the Mexico room, they had tequila. In the Russian room, they had vodka. In the Greek room, they had ouzo. And you would just go room, chugging, and you see who go around the world the fastest. Now that's a drinking party. We did the watermelons. I don't know if y'all remember if y'all ever did those. See, we were a medical or a healthcare, so we had access to syringes and needles. You just take the alcohol and you inject it into the watermelon. Whatever they bring to the party, draw it up and inject it. That thing was so full that when you cut the watermelon, it actually popped open. And then you eat that watermelon. Or the trash can punch. Put a brand new trash can at the front door. Everybody walks in. Whatever you bring, pour it in. They throw in a bag of ice, and then you start scooping that out and drinking it. So we knew how to drink on base, guys. And as a result, they changed the law where you have to be 21 years old for alcohol anymore. Y'all know how many people I picked up in the dormitories for alcohol poisoning? Yeah. And that's about the time when I stopped drinking, when I started to see. It really starts to become obvious to you when everybody else in the room is drunk, but you're not. That's when you really start to see the effect of alcohol on people. We'd be called to the dormitory and a party where everybody's drunk, and we're the only two people, the paramedics, we're the only two people standing there who aren't drunk. And you can see what it does to people and how it makes people act. All right, so anyway, moving on. Again, these people, I will say one other thing. How many of y'all have watched that TV show, Intervention? Have y'all seen that before? Okay. It's just like any other TV show out there that's reality. You're not going to see the entire reality. You're only going to see those shows that they want to air. And know that when you're talking about drugs like cocaine, heroin, the strong drugs, the, ice, the methamphetamine, the relapse rate for these drugs is 98%. So the ones you see on TV, those are the 2%. The 98%, the ones that will always fall back into the drug, you're not going to see those. They're not the good ones. You're only going to see the 2% that are successful. Okay. The relapse rate is so high because of the effect of a neurotransmitter in our brain called dopamine. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. As a matter of fact, the neurotransmitter is dopamine. Dope. That's where we get the term dope from. It affects the dopamine levels. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that when we do the brain and why relapse rate is so high for the drugs that affect your dopamine levels. All right, so let's move on then to the mood disorders. Oh, man, there it is, y'all. The number one self-diagnosed condition out there. When I say self-diagnosed is when you say you have it, not the doctor. You say you got it. Everybody wants to be bipolar. Y'all got to excuse me, I'm bipolar. Why do y'all think everybody wants to be bipolar?
So they have a reason to be a jerk.
Ah, all right. Hit it right in the nail right on the head. It's an excuse. Y'all got to excuse me. I'm bipolar. No, we don't have to excuse you. Stop doing that shit.
Yep.
Whatever you did, stop doing it. How about that for a diagnosis? Okay. Say things like, well, I beat my kids because that's the way I was taught. Stop. Duh. That simple. All right. So bipolar, what is this? These people exist in one of two poles. A pole is an extreme, like the North Pole, the South Pole. They exist in one of these two poles. There's no middle ground for them. And the two poles are typically, the two poles are depression and mania. They're either one of these two things. Middle ground for them doesn't exist. This is where we all exist on a regular basis. Situations, scenarios in our life can push us into one direction or the other. But barring any type of external influence, we all exist right in here. For these people, that area isn't even there. They're either here or they're there. No middle ground for them. All right. It used to be called manic depressive, mania and depressive. Now, what's happening in them? Typically, we don't know. But whatever we use in our brain to stabilize our moods, they don't have it. They're not producing it. And as a result, they will have no enjoyment in anything at all, or they will be so active and manic that they wear themselves out. All right, so what is mania? First of all, what is depression? Does anybody suffer depression? Okay. My diagnosis is major depression recurrent, means it happens repeatedly. And what is it? A total loss of interest, a total loss of pleasure. Now, if you've never felt this, then you might be that person who turns to this person and says, why don't you just snap out of it? Doesn't work that way. If you suffer depression, then you probably know that when you're depressed, that feels normal for you. And to try to get up and go say, oh, I'm just gonna go to Walmart. To try to do that when you're depressed, it doesn't feel natural. You're walking around Walmart, this doesn't feel right. I should be at home in a dark room, leaning against whatever, just not interested in anything. The other side of it is mania. When you're over here, just kind of like the picture implies, you're getting shit done, man. This is the day that you will clean the house, wash the car, wash all the windows, and then go have lunch. And after lunch, you get in, you fix this, you move that, You're just getting stuff done today. And the issue here and why bipolarism is so often misdiagnosed in people is because when you go to the doctor, when you're like this, oh, doctor, nobody ever goes to the doctor when they are manic. You see, they're the life of the party right now. They're the person who's going to work and they are getting everything done. Your job plus everybody else's. People love you to death when you're manic. Nobody ever goes to the doctor when they're manic. They go when they're depressed, and they get misdiagnosed as depression. If you talk to that same doctor, he's like, man, I'm so low right now. I don't know what to do. Now, last week though, man, I got everything done and and then so you were manic last week. But nobody ever says that. They only address the depression. They never mention this to the physician, and they get misdiagnosed with depression as opposed to bipolar. All right, so what's it like to live with one of these people? All right, I want y'all to imagine it's Saturday morning. Y'all have been planning a trip to Fiesta, Texas all week. You and the kids, mom and the kids, everybody going to Fiesta, Texas. Okay. Mama went out and bought everybody the same shirts. I hate it when she does that. But anyway, so y'all got your matching shirts on and everything's packed up and y'all are all in the car and everybody's heading to Fiesta, Texas, and the kids are in the back seat. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Y'all stop that. And y'all just da. And then on the way, somebody cut you off in traffic. Mm-hmm. Asshole, da. Now you're pissed. And you're going to be pissed for the rest of the day. You see, it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon now. Y'all walk around Fiesta, Texas, mama like, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Don't you want to ride? No, I don't want to ride nothing. Y'all go ahead. I'm good. Well, come on, you should go ride with the kids. What'd I say now? I said I don't want to ride nothing. Well, I don't know why you get mad. You know what? I'm just going to go sit in the damn car. Y'all go ahead and do whatever the hell y'all want to do. I'll be out in the damn car when y'all are ready to go. You're like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? What the hell is wrong with you today? Somebody cut me off in traffic this morning. There you go. They don't let shit go. They will not let it go. So much so that 2 weeks from now, they'll be driving that same section of highway looking for that fool to cut them off. Let me see this asshole out here. Is that no? Okay. No, I look like the car, but that ain't. It's where some of the road rage comes from as well. So that's what it's like to try to live with somebody with bipolar. Why don't you just snap out of it? That's what I tell you. Right? I told you, get out my damn face. Bipolar. Now, I think I was probably misdiagnosed. Again, my diagnosis was major depression recurrent. But I do have some signs of bipolarism. I do have manic phases every now and then where I just go through and get stuff done, man. And after you get everything done, you used up so much energy over here that guess what happens afterwards? So you slip into depression. So you'll be 2 or 3 days of manic, and then you've used up, you've zapped all that energy, and you slip into depression. Now, some people are manic depressive on a constant basis. Other people will have conditions like cyclothymia, which is if I was diagnosed, misdiagnosed, then this is the area I'd probably fall in, because you go for like no problems for several months, and then all of a sudden, just boom, you just crash, man. And that's usually after a couple of days of mania. So you go 2 or 3 months with no signs or symptoms whatsoever. You get really manic and you'll get stuff done, like get the garage cleaned and the house painted and the cars fixed and dot, 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 dot. And then boom, slip into the depression for a couple of days. That's cyclothymia. Yeah. You move through the moods, but you do it in just, wide gaps in them. It doesn't happen constantly. And dysthymia, it happens all the time, but it's just a mild depression. It's not like a major depression like I've been diagnosed with. What do we do for these folks? Medication. I don't take medications for this stuff. I take the meds that I take are for my heart and that type of stuff. I don't take any type of mood stabilizers or any of that. Just because the side effects are so dramatic. You're taking drugs like lithium and you'll end up shuffling your feet when you walk, and that'll become permanent. You can also develop a condition called tardive dyskinesia, where I don't know if y'all ever heard these commercials on TV where they said, if you take this medication and you develop abnormal muscle movements, which may become permanent. That's tardive dyskinesia, with twitching of the eye, turning of the head, pianoing the fingers is what they call pianoing, like you're playing a piano. Your fingers, you start to piano the fingers. And these movements become permanent in you. And they are common with mood stabilizing drugs. So you might end up with that condition where, and y'all may have seen it before out there in the world, the person just twitches their head like that, or an eye that just twitches constantly, or pianoing the fingers, tapping the fingers. Okay. And these movements become permanent. So it's one of the reasons that I shy away from any type of mood stabilizing drugs. The side effects could be really dramatic. And there I am right there, major depression recurrent. And a term in here is anhedonia. We kind of mentioned this a little bit last module. Hedonism is pleasure. Anhedonia is without pleasure. So if you're a hedonist, you might be a sex addict, a food addict, an alcoholic, somebody who just seeks out pure pleasure. That's all they want in their life. Anhedonia is somebody who finds pleasure in nothing. And that is depression. You just don't. No, that's okay. I'm fine. Well, what do you want for dinner? It doesn't matter. Well, you want to go? No, I don't want to go nowhere. You want to do? No, I don't want to do anything. And it starts to get annoying that the person keeps asking you. Come on, babe, snap out of it. No, damn it, leave me alone. How many damn times I got to tell you? The next thing you know, you're into this big fight. So that is depression. We're going to ask the people if they have any suicidal ideations. And luckily for me, I never have. And that's probably because I'm a coward. There's no way no, y'all, I couldn't, man. For one, I am a narcissist as well. I like to be the center of attention, as if you haven't noticed. But I couldn't imagine the world going on without me. I'd be like, no, ain't no way y'all gonna keep having parties and all that kind of stuff when I'm gone. So if somebody were to say that a meteor was headed towards the planet, was gonna kill us all in a week, I'm good with that. As long as we all go together. I don't want to go and then y'all be still here and stuff, doing stuff, going to school without me. So anyway, that is major depression. It is nothing to really joke about, guys. It's a serious condition in people, and it leads a lot of people to suicide, especially during the silly season, the Christmas season. All right, premenstrual dysphoric disorder. Do y'all think that's a thing? They used to call it PMSing. Y'all think that's a real thing, that women PMS?
Yes.
Yeah. It's an
Yeah.
excuse. It's an excuse for y'all to kind of act a fool. Excuse me, I'm PMSing today. No, you're just acting a damn fool. Stop.
No, Mr. Mahone, that is real.
It's real. Is it?
No, because your hormones are all over the place. Your
Oh,
hormones
okay.
are releasing hormones and they're going everywhere.
Oh,
It's definitely
okay.
real.
All right. So y'all think it's a hormone thing? Some girl hormones just kind of going crazy inside your body and and that's why I killed my husband, because I was PMSing and he should have left me alone.
Okay, it's not like that.
Yeah.
So I guess you wanted to kill him then.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes, it is a real thing, and it's tied to hormones. Again, hormonal changes during the menstrual cycle, hormones change, and there you go. You're out there trying to, kill your husband and carry on. All right. So you're out there trying to kill your husband and carry on. So yeah, it is a real thing. But the treatments for it are not very effective. I mean, for something, a situation where 1 or 2 days out of the month you're feeling blah, do you want to take medication all the time for those 1 or 2 days a month? Okay. So what do we do about it? Not a whole lot, unless the doctor diagnoses you as severe and then tries to starts experimenting with mood stabilizing drugs. Seasonal affective disorder. During this time, you're getting too much melatonin. When we do the hormones next module, we'll talk about melatonin, what it does, and how it does it, and all that. But if you're getting too much of this stuff, it can lead to depression in people. And we release more melatonin during times of darkness. So if you're in the winter months where the days are really short and the nights are really long, is when you tend to see that type of depression in people. And that's why it's called seasonal affect. Remember that term? Affect. Seasonal affective disorder. It happens during the winter months. So what we advise in these people, one is, number one, they're getting too much melatonin, so you can't treat them with that. We advise them to get more sunlight or more light, even if it's a, one of those sun lamps or whatever, but try to increase the amount of daytime, if you will. In the evenings, when it starts getting dark, turn on the sun lamps in your house, that kind of stuff, to ward off the seasonal affective disorder. All right, so those are mood disorders, depression, bipolarism, affective disorders, and so on. All right. So how about the real psychosis? Psycho is mind, osis, abnormal condition. These are your crazy folk. Might be some of y'all in here. Starting with the delusional disorder. And I want you to have in your notes the difference between, why did it do that? a delusion, and hallucination. A delusion is a false belief. B-E-L. A false belief of something. For example, you believe that you are the king of Siam. And no matter what evidence they bring up to show you that you're not, you still believe it. You're delusional. You may have heard that before. If you think I'm going to die, you're delusional. Or way we might say it is, you lost your damn mind. If you think I'm gonna put up with that mess, you got another thing coming. That's my mama's thing. You got another thing coming. In other words, you are delusional. You believe something that's not really true. A hallucination is a false sense perception. We have 5 senses: smell, taste, touch, hearing, and sight. You are seeing, smelling, tasting, feeling, or hearing something that's not really there. You're seeing a person. You're hearing voices. You're feeling bugs crawling on you. Smelling or tasting something that's not really there. That's a hallucination. People commonly get these two words confused or mixed up. I saw in a movie once, the guy said, he's telling the policeman or the detective, he says, yeah, my mom believes that a dragon lives in our lake. And then he said, she's been having that hallucination for years. Is that the correct word? If she believes a dragon lives in the lake, that's a delusion. If she sees the dragon, it's a hallucination. So know the difference between the two. Something you believe as opposed to something you're seeing, hearing, tasting, feeling, or smelling that's not really there. They're both false, but one is just a belief. Okay? When I was a kid, one of my favorite fantasies was that these people, they're not my real parents. Yeah, anybody else have that one? Yeah, these not my real parents. My parents like dropped me off here from another planet. Remember Superman? Yeah, my parents sent me to live on another planet because the bad guys were trying to get me and stuff. So they sent me here so I'd be safe. And I ended up with these people. They're not my real people. So anyway, that was one of my favorite fantasies when I was a kid, that these are not my real people. But anyway, and then when my mama told me for the first time that my dad was my stepfather, because remember they adopted me when I was like 2 years old, or they got married when I was like 2 years old, so I really didn't know. But she told me later on that my dad was not actually my stepdad. That hurt my feelings because now I'm not one of them. So anyway, delusion versus a hallucination. Okay, so then a delusional disorder. You believe something that's not really true. You're trying to convince somebody that you are a super soldier sent back here from the future to protect Sarah Connor because the Terminator is after her. And they call that guy delusional. Yeah, he's delusional. Yeah, he believes something that's not really true. Schizophrenia. This is madness. Period. You are mad. All right, what is it? It's the most common type of psychosis. and you are just lose touch with reality. You are just out there. It tends to happen between the ages of 14 to 22 years old. And why do you think it happens during that time more than any other? Why that age range?
Your hormones are going wild.
What's happening?
Your hormones are going wild.
Hormones. Okay, good guess. Anything else? What happens to you life-wise between the ages of 14 and 22?
What is it? Puberty?
Yeah, puberty. But remember too that playtime is over here. It's time to start taking life more seriously. You're starting to like girls, and girls are starting to like boys, and you're starting to figure out who you're going to be in your life. Am I going to be a doctor, lawyer, Indian chief? Am I going to be gay? Am I going to be lesbian? Am I going to get married? Am I going to have children? Am I going to have a career? How do I deal with all this bullying in high school and in college? The thing that gets me, guys, is whenever somebody says bullying, they go right to high school. Oh yeah, the bullies in school. College is probably even worse. Grown people bullying other grown people on the damn college campus and so on. But this is all the stuff you're dealing with, all the decisions you have to make, all the new changes that are being made in your life, not only to your body, but the way you feel, the environments you're going into. You're moving from high school to college, guys. Was anybody just the shit at your high school? I mean, you were the most popular girl, the most popular boy. You were the captain of the football team, the head of the cheerleading squad, even the captain of the debate team. You were a band geek. How many of y'all were band geeks? Band nerds? Yeah, playing the clarinet. Man, you know some of y'all were band nerds. Probably some of y'all probably played the triangle, didn't you? I was in the band. Ding, ding. Tell somebody I got to go practice. Ding. Oh man, I messed it up. Start it over again. Ding. Anyway, so all these changes and decisions being made in your life all at one time. You were the captain of the football team at your high school, man. Everybody knew your name. You walk down the hallways like, hey, Mahone. Hey, yeah, da da da. Yeah, you know, Bill, I'm the man. Now you're at college. And you can't even make the damn team. Or if you do, you're riding the bench. You were the captain of your cheerleading squad. You can't even make the squad now. Okay, so you're now at college. You're 19 years old, 18 years old, first year of college. You're calling home at least once a day. Hi, Mom. Yeah, everything's fine. And then twice a day. 3 times a day, you're calling home. And you're starting to call at odd times. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's like, boy, what are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Oh, I just called to see how Fluffy's doing. Fluffy's the damn dog. How's Fluffy? He all right? Is he eating okay? And Mama's starting to think, this is kind of weird. Why is he doing that? And then suddenly you get a call that just doesn't make any damn sense. Here's an example. Where do I want to go? I want to go in here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's one of these. Oh, there it is over there.
It's a new bike. Dad tried to sway my eyes when I was depressed. Tried to put a bike in here so we could get some light, you know. And this is a radio cigarette case and the holder in the
Sorry, y'all. I don't
ashtray,
know.
and this is a TV.
I don't know where the hell that is.
Could you tell me about the trophies? Are those things you won?
I was an excellent bowler in
Oh,
Aladdin
come
Scholar
on, really?
in high school.
Where
and
is it?
college. This I got from Nelson Burton Jr., an average of 195 in bowling. This was from the Forensic League.
Really?
Seal.
Bob was once the captain of his high school's debating team.
Damn. It was back behind all of y'all. And then it just changed the damn thing. Really?
It's a new bike. Dad tried to sway my.
All right, here we go.
New bike. Dad tried to sway my eyes when I was depressed. Tried to put a bike in here so we could get some light, you know. And this is a radio, cigarette case, and the holder in the ashtray, and this is a TV.
Could you tell me about the trophies? Are those things you won?
I was an excellent bowler and a Latin scholar in high school and college. This I got from Nelson Burton Jr., an average of 195 in bowling. This was from the Forensic League. Seal of approval.
Bob was once the captain of his high school's debating team. He now experiences extreme thought disorder and talks in a disconnected jumble of words.
I know how to angle myself for the rest of the minute, you see. That's why I did that to Sue. That's why I did that to your Bethel, you know. And I wasn't fixing on the prime mantis and spider and the gas stuff. You know, that I think it's very important that we act badly, but I think it's very important that we act in reality of what makes the world go round. You know, you're liable to go sliding off the curb into your death on a man that can't control himself. So really, the end this wins, whether it's no or yes. So I think Bulk sometimes wins. In some of the cases, you know, the very agile cases, the Bulk wins. But I think the most important thing the devil can do is to self-sacrifice and coordinate the Kmart walk so pleasure can be evened out. And in fact, I've really swayed my charms towards going forward into straighthood. But I think every doctor knows that there's no such thing to believe in straighthood and to go ahead forward. Into kidney stones and stuff like that, you know, Dad's a son of a bitch. But
Bob, do you know how long you've been sick?
About a year.
Just recently?
No, it's been about a year and 2 months.
Bob doesn't realize he's been sick for 17 years. Could you give us a little bit?
Okay, so that is that just loss of touch with reality. Yeah, I had Phil the Gorilla's cook me a steak dinner last night. You know, I've always thought about going into straighthood, but as every doctor will tell you, there's no such thing as straighthood. And if you try to go forward into straighthood, you end up sliding off your end to your death, like in kidney stones and such. It doesn't make any sense. He's out of touch with reality. We don't know if it makes any sense to him because he can't explain. Yeah. That's why I did that to Aunt Bethel. That's why I did that to so-and-so. You know, Dad's a son of a bitch. And I want everybody to know that, you know, it's important that we act in reality, but it's also important that we act in relation to the negative. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? We don't know. And he doesn't know. He's just out of touch with reality. And that's the first sign that something's wrong. A conversation just doesn't make any sense. The words they're using just doesn't make any sense. They also start to use terms that we call neologisms. These are new words that don't mean anything. There they are right there. They use new words. So, Ma, what do you want to do? You want to go down to, no, man, I'm just going to sit here and frackle for a little while. What are you gonna do? I'm just gonna sit here and frackle. Y'all go ahead. I'll just frackle right here. The words don't mean anything. They have and then they get into things like catatonia, fixed positioning of the body, and then the catalepsy. So this person might be walking down the street and suddenly stop and assume a posture like this. And they'll be there for 10 minutes. And then with no da-da-da, they'll just drop their leg and start walking. Yes, why did you stop, huh? Why'd you stop right there? What you got? Oh, no. So they'll just like stop and boom. Stay in that position for about 5 minutes and then snap out of it and walk on. Now, contrary to popular belief, most schizophrenics are not dangerous. You can be around these people all the time and they will usually not attack or harm anybody else. However, they can be. So it could happen, but most times they're not going to. Usually when they're attacking somebody, it's because the person presents them with some type of stress. In one scene, they were watching this one kid, a young man, he was in his 20s, and his dad came to visit him at the hospital. And everything was fine until his dad says, hey, yeah, listen, I brought you some of those baseball magazines you like. And the guy took the magazine from his dad and looked at it and then just attacked him. I mean, just lashed out. There was a trigger event there somewhere, something that had to do with that magazine. Either it was, this is not my favorite magazine. I've only read these things because you pushed them in front of my face. Or, yeah, it's my favorite magazine, but remember you used to make fun of me about reading these things. It was a trigger about that magazine. So typically they're not dangerous. They don't attack people. So boom, there you go. What do we do for these folks? Medicate them. They're not coming back. Once they're gone, they're gone. There's no coming back from this. All right. And that is the most common of the psychosis, the madness. People slip into schizophrenia. All right, the childhood disorders. There's mine right there. Attention deficit hyperactivity. I could not go to school, y'all. I was that kid in school who would sit in the back. He'd say, Robert, will you stop that? Okay. 5 minutes later. Robert, would you stop? Okay. 5 minutes later. Robert, get out of the classroom. Okay. And when the teacher told me to get out, fuck you, bitch. Just how I was. I was that kid, y'all. Yep. Always distracting the class, always in trouble, always cussing out the teachers, throwing up the finger, kiss this, kiss that, you're this, you're that, dot, dot, dot. I could not get along in school. School became more stress for me because I was always in trouble. I was one always sitting outside the principal's office and go in and tell the principal. Now, the principal would do things like mispronounce my name. Now, Mahan, you know you only got another one more chance, Mahan. Man, if you can't say my name right, take that with you. Miss Mahan. And my mother would say, man, why can't you say Mahan? What is wrong with you? You got a speech impediment? What the hell is wrong with you? So my mom would get in with about the stuff. This one principal that I'm thinking of. But now if Robert doesn't get, we're going to have to blah, 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 blah. And we're going to have to discharge him or kick him. And my mom would be sitting there, and I'd be sitting right next to my mom, kind of push back a little bit, go behind her head to the principal like this. That was just me. I couldn't help myself. Impulsiveness, you do stuff without thinking. We're walking across the bridge one day, across the train tracks. There's a police car sitting down there by the train tracks. My first impulse is to pick up a rock and throw it at the police car. So I do. They come and get me, arrest me. My dad comes down to the place, pick me up. Boy, why did you throw a rock at the police car? I don't know. I just did. It got to the point that whoopings were just a waste of freaking time. My friends had a saying that we were laughing one day because they was like, yeah, we was trying to think whether to come over your house or not, and we're trying to think what day it is. What do you mean what day it is? Well, can he come out today? Well, wait a minute. No, he was out yesterday, which means he's in trouble today. Spent every other day in the house. When they let me out, boom, I'm in trouble again. Spend the next day in the house. ADHD. And I still have it as an adult. I have an adult attention deficit disorder. And that's rare. It doesn't continue into adulthood very often. So the good news is anybody who's dealing with this right now, children tend to grow out of it by the time they get through their schooling. Okay. Me, I didn't. So it continued. Now, every teacher wants to tell you that your kid is attention deficit. They'll tell you that right away because teachers don't want to teach. What they want is they want these perfect little children, the ones that come in, sit down at the desk, book open, ready to go. Good morning, Mrs. Jones. Everybody turn to page 7. Okay, Mrs. Jones. They have no questions about the work. They all get A's. Boom. That's my classroom. That's what they want. Is that what they're going to get? No. So if your kid is doing anything outside of that, your kid has attention deficit. And we shouldn't have to deal with that. So every teacher wants the perfect little classroom. Hell, I'd love to have the perfect little classroom. Life doesn't happen that way. And if they think for a minute that all of these kids are going to go to school, wear masks all day, and socially distance all day, those people are delusional. Of course, you see them on the TV, right? Some kid sitting in the school with a mask on their face. Are those kids going to do that? Not even close. They're delusional. If they really believe that kids can go to school and wear masks and social distance and every little kid just do everything they're supposed to do all day long, it's just not going to happen. Those kids are going to be running around snatching each other's masks off. There's going to be that one kid that's going to be walking up to everybody, coughing in their face. That's what kids do. So they're delusional if they think they can open these schools and kids are going to walk around with their masks on all day. It's not going to happen. All right, so attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is more common in boys than girls. You see that? 5 times more common in boys than in girls. Most children outgrow the symptoms by late childhood. Now, here's the problem, or here's something that I'm seeing here. Why are these conditions, attention deficit, autism, encoparesis, oppositional defective disorder or defiant disorder, reactive attachment disorder, they're all more common in boys? Why is that? Is it because of the way boys play? Traditionally, boys have always played more rough than girls. And how many times as boys do we hit our heads on shit? Always banging the head on something, always knocking your noggin and dot, dot, dot. And girls traditionally didn't play as rough. Now we know today all that's changing, but these are based on numbers from the past, that boys will be more likely to develop these conditions. And it may be because we hit our heads so much when we're kids. Boys a lot more than girls. So this may be what we're looking at is a lesser version of Aaron Hernandez. Y'all know what I'm talking about? All those head injuries believed to lead to dot, dot, dot. So all of this might be a lesser version of that from us as kids hitting our heads all the freaking time like we did and having all those concussions. All right, so let's go ahead and take another break. It's 10 till 11. Let's break until 10 after because we've been talking a lot and I need to call over to school to talk to somebody for a minute. So it's 10 till, let's take a break till 10 after. Give us 20 minutes. Okay. All right. Good to see y'all. I got some good news, y'all. I guess they figure I'm like COVID infected or something. Because they're like, well, you just teach from home for the rest of the module. I was like, all right, fine. I'll teach from home for the next 2 weeks. Doesn't matter to me. I will go out today, though, and pick up some of my stuff that I use so that it'll be more like when I was in the classroom. Right now, this laptop is really getting on my nerves, opening videos in bad places and that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'll get out and get that stuff picked up today, and I will teach from home for the next 2 weeks. You poor thing. All right. So anyway, luckily, my wife's not going to be off for the next 2 weeks. This is the only week that she's off. She's in there watching the John Lewis funeral. You might know that was on today. Yeah, sitting there tearing up and stuff because the people are singing the gospel song, and she's a big gospel person and all this mess. So she's in there. Oh, you poor thing. Let me give you a hug. Anyway, yeah, we've lost a great leader. John Lewis was not just a good, because of the whole connection with Martin Luther King and the freedom marches and all that, but he was a good representative for us up there in our Congress. So we're gonna miss that. All right, so attention deficit hyperactivity. Now, your worst enemy out there, believe it or not, and let me show you this person so that you'll know, your worst enemy in the world is probably the school nurse. How many of y'all had run-ins with these people? Yeah, these people, y'all. I think that you become a school nurse when you can't cut it as a regular nurse out there in the world or something, man. Anyway, these people want to diagnose your kid, and so do the teachers out there. Why did my pen stop writing? See, I need to get my stuff back in here, y'all. This the teachers, okay? Now I won't erase either. I need to get my stuff back in here. Anyway, so the school nurse, the teachers, they want to diagnose your kid. I'm sorry. You cannot diagnose my kid. Who can diagnose your kid with ADHD? Your psychiatrist. Period. Not the school nurse, not the teacher, not even the child psychologist at your school. Okay, if they employ one. Now, they told me my son, Mr. Mahone, Timothy, we're pretty sure he falls in the category of attention deficit. Oh, really? And would you mind telling me where you arrived at that conclusion? And first of all, you can tell me what medical school you went to. Okay, but could you please tell me how you arrived at that? Well, when I give assignments, Timothy always finishes his assignments before everyone else, and then he fidgets and distracts the rest of the class. Oh, really? So what you're telling me is you got an 8-year-old boy sitting there doing nothing, and you say he then fidgets. Well, tell me then, what constitutes a fidget? And it was so funny because I got that from The Sopranos. They called Tony Soprano in, and they told him his son had ADHD, and he said, because he fidgets, he said, what constitutes a fidget? So this was just building in me when she used the word. I'm like, ooh, okay. So I get to use that line then. So tell me, what constitutes a fidget? What are you telling me? You're telling me that he finishes his work early, and then he has nothing else to do. Well, Miss Teacher Lady, why don't you be a teacher lady and give his ass something to do? Manage your classroom is what I'm telling you. You got 8-year-olds sitting there with nothing to do, then you're not managing the classroom. Period. Tell me my boy got ADHD. My boy's a rockhead. That's his problem. He got no damn ADHD. He ain't got nothing a belt won't cure. That's what my dad used to say. Now we don't spank, we never have, because our parents, they beat our asses, man, when we were kids. And that was my dad's approach. And see, y'all might say, you know, that kids are bad today and da da da. And the truth of the matter is, y'all some punk ass parents. My dad was a drug dealer, but if your ass didn't say yes, sir, oh man, you got it right upside the head. Wasn't none of that yes and no's and all that mess. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Or you got it right upside the head with whatever they were holding in their hand at the time. My mama got me with the telephone one time, y'all. And this was back in the day, those Ma Bell telephones, them hard plastic bad boys. I said something, pop, right on top of the head. And it knocked me out, man. So that boy ain't got nothing that a belt won't cure. Or discipline was my approach. He ain't got nothing that take that Xbox away, close that door, turn off the electricity in his room. It'll solve all kinds of problems. So anyway, don't be letting the school nurse or the teacher diagnose your kid with any of these conditions. So attention deficit, pretty much what they're going to do is drug your kid. I'm sorry. That's the first approach to everything today. Put them on Ritalin. And not only will they stop, but yeah, they will also stop every freaking thing. Your kid is not going to get on the football team with taking Ritalin or get into the band or anything else because they're just going to be zonked all the time.
Mr. Mahone.
Yes.
I had a friend who played football who took Ritalin. And it made him like a crackhead on it.
Yeah.
He was unstoppable.
So he got all pumped up on it.
Yeah, I had to hit him pretty hard in his knees and knock him out. Yeah, you get geeked up on it.
All right. Then you might want to question whether that kid was hyperactive or not.
He was.
Because the thing is, we don't take drugs to make us the same.
Yes, sir.
You kind of know what I'm saying? If you are, well, a way to explain that is back in the day when we were kids, when we really did get our hands on some cocaine. And we all did a little bit of cocaine. We were like we were teenagers, 16, 17. And everybody in the group was like, man, ooh, yeah. And I was like,
oh, no.
You see, pot picks you up. It pumps you up. If you're in a pumped up state all the time, then when you take the drug, it doesn't make you feel different. That's why we do drugs, to feel different than we actually do. I was pumped up all the time, so cocaine was just like nothing to me. But if I smoke a joint, boom. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. I can actually sit down for 15 minutes. Even today, I don't sit down, y'all. If you saw me in the classroom, it'd be like watching a tennis match. Boom, 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 boom. Because I'm back and forth constantly. Sitting in this damn chair has given me sciatica down my butt and all down my leg. I hate sitting down like this. When I have dinner, I usually eat standing up. I'm in constant motion. But when I was to smoke pot back then, you get that couch lock. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Sit down on that couch. Next thing you know, 3 hours to pass. I can't do that. So we do drugs that make us feel different than we normally feel. So if somebody's pumped up all the time, they take the medication and it pumps them up. You got to wonder whether they were pumped up in the first place or not. Or was it a misdiagnosis by one of these school nurses or teachers out there who refer somebody off, and you get a lazy psychiatrist who just goes, okay, this is an easy one. And ADHD, give them some Ritalin, send them back to school. So attention deficit, where my pen? I gotta have my pen. Hyperactivity, emotional lability, impulsiveness. Everything that I've done in my life that got me into deep, deep trouble was some impulsive shit that I did. And when somebody asks, why did you do that? I don't know. I really didn't know. Why did I throw that rock at the police car? I don't know. It was there. Police car was there. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Did it without even thinking. Say, why did you do it? I don't know. So impulsivity is another major sign that a child might be ADHD. Again, most children outgrow, blah, blah, blah. All right, so anyway, that's your ADHD. What are we going to do? Unfortunately, guys, they're just going to drug you. And again, if it is a little boy, also understand that these kids, little boys especially, well, definitely little boys and not little girls, but because of increased blood flow, really? Okay, this is getting all weird. Because of increased blood flow, they will have erections at 8, 9, 10 years old. So don't make fun of them. You know, a little boy walks out, pajamas TP'd in the front. You're like, just don't even say anything. Just don't mention it. It's something they can't control. It happens strictly because they have more blood flow as well. All right. So the next major childhood disorder, autism spectrum disorder, used to be called simply autism, or then different types of autism like Asperger's syndrome. Today, they simply refer to it as the spectrum. You're either low functioning or high functioning on the spectrum. Okay? Those folks, primarily what's going to happen here is a word in here that I'm looking at that I don't like. This word right, oh, stop doing that. Is this word right there, inability. I think the author is taking some license here. These people, it says their inability to communicate. Inability to communicate means you cannot speak, you can't write. These people have difficulty communicating their ideas, but they have no problem communicating with people. So that inability to communicate, I think it misleads folks. All right. And what do we mean by that? Their difficulty communicating their ideas, because usually their ideas are 10 levels above yours. They're talking about stuff that you just don't freaking understand. And the stuff that we're saying to them is so rudimentary that it doesn't interest them. And eventually they just stop socializing. So their problem isn't with communication. Their problem is with socialization. How do you socialize with people who are functioning 5 levels below you? For example, you're 10 years old. You go to school and kids are talking about Pokemon, the latest Pokemon out there, and And right in the middle of conversation, you say something like, did you know that whales are the only animal that have a bone in their penis? What? Dude, we're talking about Pokemon. And you're walking up talking about bones in the whale penis. You're weird. And they get that label. And from now on, they're the weird kid. Because the kid is talking on levels that they just don't comprehend yet. Okay. This person is watching National Geographic at home, while everybody else is watching Pokemon. They're reading Shakespeare, and everybody else is reading Jack and Jill. They are way beyond us. That's why they usually go on to be things like scientists. Anybody seen the Big Bang Theory? Sheldon, way above everybody else. Sheldon was portraying Asperger's syndrome, way over on this end of the spectrum. Now, at the other end, you have those kids who are having tantrums, who are abusive to other kids because they're not handling this stuff. They are angry. And this is the kid that their emotional lability, they don't control their emotions at all. They just get totally out of control. And this is the kid that you see dad at Fiesta, Texas. The kid is yelling and screaming, and dad is just holding him real tight. This kid, if you let him go, he will run over and kick somebody or snatch something or push something over. It'll be out of control. And he's yelling and screaming and and dad just holds on to him and just calm down. Oh, we understand. Calm down. I know. Calm down. It's going to be okay. And you just hold it. That's the kid that's way over here. Way over on the other side, again, they just, when they try to communicate, they just come off as being weird. Other things that they have issues with is sarcasm. They don't understand yours, and you won't understand theirs when they try to use it. In one movie, which I can't remember his name, but he played autism pretty well in that movie. And he was out on break having lunch, sitting outside somewhere. And one of his coworkers was sitting just a few feet away from him. And she tries to strike up a conversation. And she moves over and she says, you know, she went to so-and-so college where fun goes to die. And he says, why? And she said, what? He said, why does fun go there to die? And she was looking at him like, you didn't get that joke? And when he saw her reaction, he said, oh, I was just kidding. That's their out. For when they're in that scenario where they can tell this person thinks they're weird, that whatever they just said was strange. Their out is to just say, oh, I was just kidding. And that's a learned response over years, how to get themselves out of that uncomfortable social situation where this person thinks that they're being weird right then. So they don't form significant relationships with others because everybody just thinks they're weird, like Sheldon. Lack of interest in forming relationships with people. You see, guys, when people say, we don't like you, or we think you're weird, it's a natural defense mechanism to say, well, I didn't want to be one of y'all anyway. That's what I would hear every time I escorted a student off campus. No matter what school it was at, the student's acting a fool on campus, and I'm telling you, you have to leave. What do you think their natural response is to say every time? I didn't want to go to this school in the first place. It's a defense mechanism. Yes, you did. Your ass wouldn't be here. So what's your defense? Well, I didn't want to go here anyway. Somebody doesn't invite you to the party. What do you say? Well, I didn't want to go to that party anyway. It's a defense mechanism. So that's their response. I didn't want to be around folks anyway. I'd much rather be by myself anyway. And that just builds their separation. Because instead of hanging out at school after class, they go home and read a book. And you see what's happening to their intelligence? It's just pushing them further and further away. So many people believe that autism may be the next step in evolution for us. And it happened early in these folks. Now, the author also says they may be of normal intelligence or mentally retarded. They totally left out the far end of the spectrum, where these people are so smart that their ability to understand shit goes way beyond yours. And some things about them now. If you have a kid with autism or you know somebody who has autism, one of the things that's going to be very important for them, rules. Because they have no internal mechanism to generate what's good and what's bad in them. So they have to have rules to guide them. But you have to stick to the rules as well. For example, you have your kid get dressed, they dress themselves for their first time. They're just starting to learn how to dress themselves. And they come out of the room and they're wearing an orange shirt with green pants. And you might say, sweetie, orange and green, those two colors don't go together. They don't look well together. And the kid will say, got it. And they will never wear orange and green again. But if you fix dinner and you make peas and carrots, Mom, orange and green don't go together. You would literally have to separate the two for them. Well, they're not going to, it's like me and the stack of papers. It's just going to bother them. They're not going to be able to do it. If you say to a kid with autism that lying is wrong, you should not tell lies. Got it. Bang. And they won't. And when grandmama asked them, sweetie, did you like the birthday present that I sent you? No. Oh, really? No, I didn't like it. And then your parent pulls you to the side and says, hey, you hurt grandmama's feelings. You should have said you liked it. But lying is wrong. But it's okay to lie if you think that the truth will hurt somebody else's feelings. See, I don't understand the rules. It's wrong to lie, but I should have told a lie. I don't understand the rules. So the rules have to remain constant for them, or they won't understand, and they'll get confused and annoyed. That's why why do you think they enjoy math so much? Why do you think autistic people enjoy math?
Because it's like a puzzle.
And tend to be very good at it. It's like a puzzle. Anybody else?
It's pretty consistent.
2 plus 2 equals 4. Period. I don't care what the scenario, when you're using it, what type of math you're doing. 2 plus 2 equals 4. That never changes. Now, if you put them in a pharmacy class and you tell them that 2 plus 2 sometimes equals 6. No. And why did I say a pharmacy class? Because if you take this medication with that medication, this medication doubles the strength of that medication. You end up with 6 times the amount that you wanted. That's why we can't sometimes take medications together. Sometimes in pharmacy, 1 plus 1 equals 3. You get 3 times the dose of the medicine. You start talking to them in concepts like this, no, they don't want nothing to do with that. You can't change the rules on me like that, because the rules are the only thing I have to guide me. I can't be out there trying to figure out if this answer is going to hurt grandmama's feelings or not. I have to follow the rules, and the rules is you don't lie. So they love math because the rules never change, and they're consistent all the way through. The other thing that they enjoy doing is
Legos. Legos. My son loves
blocks.
Legos, and he's
Get there in there. Blocks, yes, building stuff. Now it took about maybe over the past 4 months or so, they had this big discovery. This guy wrote a book that was about the benefit of Legos working with children with autism. Guys, I've been saying that for 14 years since I've been teaching this class. Get them some freaking blocks, man. I didn't literally say Lego, but get them some blocks. And this dude wrote a whole book on the value of Lego in autistic therapy and working with autistic children. And I should have wrote a book. Anyway, get them some blocks. They tend to build things. It calms them down as they do stuff like that. Jigsaw puzzles. Oh, man. And don't be surprised if they put it together with the picture down where they can't see it. Because they are all about the shape. They see the shape, they can find the match for that shape. The picture is what the rest of us use. We try to find, the line cuts across. Okay, there's the other part of the line right there. So we try to use the picture to put it together. They use the shapes. So they'll probably turn all the pieces upside down where they can't see the picture and put the puzzle together upside down with the picture down. Some effects that they may have is that they may have echolalia. This is when they repeat what was just said to them. For example, if you ask, so do you want to go to the store? Do I want to go to the store? Or no, I don't want to go to the store. Do you want one of these toys? Do I want one of those toys? Yeah, I want one of those toys. They tend to repeat what was said to them. And that is echolalia. They're echoing what was said to them. Now, they are looking back through history now. And they are coming to, or trying to come to the conclusion, they're real close to publishing their findings, in that most people in history that we know of as having been very, very smart were probably autistic. Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Sir Isaac Newton, those people who thought Leonardo da Vinci, those folks who thought way above everybody else were probably autistic. And what they have to do, or what they're trying to do, is find photographs and paintings of these people. Nikola Tesla, in almost every picture of him, he does not look directly at the camera. They avoid eye contact. So in almost every picture of Nikola Tesla, in the picture he is gazing off, away from the camera. So that's one of the things that they're incorporating in their research, is trying to find paintings and photographs of these people and their ability to make eye contact. Eye contact does make me uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I can do it because I've trained myself to do it, but it's always made me uncomfortable to look right into somebody's eyes, because the eyes are the window of the soul. And are they reading you? And that, by the way, if you've ever watched poker championships, you ever watch those at all? Ever see one? Why they wear sunglasses in the house, so people can't see their eyes. All right, because the eyes give us away. Okay, they are ritualistic, repetitive behaviors. They don't like to They don't like change. So if there's Spider-Man sheets on the bed and you need to wash them, you better go clear that with them first. John, I need to wash your sheets. It's only going to take me an hour. I promise you they'll be back on the bed in an hour. And you think that Clea won't be watching the clock? Yep, right at it. Mom, you said 1 hour. Where are they? If in their dresser drawer they have socks, t-shirts, underwear, don't get those mixed up. And if you go t-shirt, underwear, socks, Mom, you got them in the wrong order. And they tend to lose their cool. So the rules are just important, or it's just important that we follow the rules as for them to, because they're going to expect you to once you give them that rule. All right. And that is autism. Can they go on to be brilliant people and live a happy life? Yes, they can. But it's going to have to be around people who understand. Just like Big Bang Theory. They all know Sheldon is weird, but guess what? He's one of us. So they accommodate for it. So the thing is going to be finding the right peer group, the right pod, if you will, to be a part of. Encoparesis, these people are kids are having bowel movements in their clothes. Remember too that when it comes to urine, how many of y'all have had a dream where you were looking for the bathroom, but you couldn't find it? Why couldn't you find the bathroom? Because you have to pee right now, for real. Your body is saying you have to pee. And in your dream, you start looking for the bathroom, you can't find it, you wake up and guess what? Oh, I really do have to pee. So if you're having a dream and your body starts to get that sensation to have to urinate, you're going to start looking for the bathroom inside your dream. And you won't ever find it, but they will. And they'll pee right there in the bed. Remember, children dream more vividly than we do. They will get up and stand right there beside the bed, pee right on the floor. Or they'll walk over, open the closet door, and pee in the closet. So if your kid is peeing on themselves and you say, and they're insisting to you, Mama, I got up and went to the bathroom. No, you didn't. You dreamed you did, little punk. Anyway, now, it can also be a sign that there is some stress in their life. Mom and dad is getting divorced or . And I don't think any kid watches a parent go through divorce without thinking there was something that they could have done to stop it from happening. We all do that. When my mom and dad got divorced when I was a kid, I was like 13. What did I do wrong? What could I have done? If I had been a better kid, my parents probably still be together right now. So it's a big issue, especially with younger children. They start having bowel movements or peeing in their clothes through guilt or something like that. Oppositional defiant disorder. I want y'all to listen to this definition. Persistent aggressive behavior, including fighting, arguing, provoking, or annoying. Defiance of and refusal to obey rules. Disrespect for authority figures with anger, stubbornness, and touchiness. That just described every kid I grew up with. That was all of us. Just the way we were. For us, running from the police was fun. We would do something just so the police would chase us. If I was walking across your grass, and this happened, walking across a lady's grass, going down to my friend's house, she's sitting right there on the front porch looking right at me. What I tell you kids about walking on my grass? Fuck you, bitch. 9 years old. You bitch. It's just the way we were. At my junior high, there were bars on the windows. Because the year prior to me going there, The kids threw a teacher out the window. So while I was there, it became popular to push teacher down the steps. It's a 4-story building. Push teacher down the steps since you can't throw them out the window. It's just the way we were, guys. Fighting, shit, we'd fight at the drop of a hat. It didn't matter over what. And the good news back then is that we weren't shooting people. I mean, I had a gun. I got my first gun when I was 12 years old. Took it, put it in my pocket. It was sitting on the coffee table in the house. Took it, put it in my pocket. Nobody ever asked for it. Little 25. Nobody ever asked for it. So we weren't shooting people back then, but we fight at the drop of a hat. Anything, didn't even matter. 4 of us walking this way, 5 of them coming this way, walking past each other. Somebody gonna say something or do something. And then, well, what punk? And boom, there you go. The group is fighting in the church's chicken parking lot or whatever, man. So it's just what we did. So were we all oppositional defiant? According to this definition, yeah. We're just bad kids. See, they didn't have anything like, they didn't have ADHD when we was growing up. Y'all just bad kids. Conduct disorder, this is when you physically or sexually assault other people, destroy property, steal. That was my thing right there, y'all. We all had to have a way to make money back then. I wasn't a good drug dealer. I wasn't a gangster, so I wasn't particularly tough. So we stole stuff. Not like from people, but stores and so on. So we were thieves. Sets fires or runs away from home. So what do we do for oppositional defiant disorder? There's really no medication for anger. Psychotherapy. Reactive attachment disorder. This is when you didn't get, if y'all remember last module, those that were with me, Maslow's hierarchy, those basic physiological needs down there at the base of that pyramid, you weren't getting those when you were a kid. Nobody was giving you anything. And as a result, you don't emotionally bond. How important is it for you to hug your kids? To just pick a kid up and boom. Dads, when babies are born, newborns, take their clothes off, take your shirt off, and just boom, get that skin-to-skin contact. Every now and then, with my wife, I just walk up and rub her arm or whatever. What are you doing? Skin contact. We're people, guys. That's why the coronavirus thing is such a pain for us right now. It's hurting some people. How important is a handshake? How important is it you greet your homies on the street? Oh, what's up, home? Boom, the little man hug or the handshake. Making physical contact with other people. That's important for us. And these people didn't get that when they were children, when they were babies. Usually neglect of the patient's basic needs before age 2. When a baby cries, what do? You go over and you pick them up. What happens if a baby cries and you don't respond to that? Eventually, they stop crying and they stop reacting to their environment altogether. You see, babies crying for attention. Now, it might be pain. It might be just anxiety. It could be anything, but that baby wants attention. They want to be touched. You got to pick them up. You got to play the stupid baby games with them. Peekaboo and kissy feet and dot, dot, dot. That's how they thrive well. So they didn't bond with anybody back in the day because nobody came. They don't trust people. They watchful awareness, poor eye contact, lack of empathy. What's the difference between sympathy and empathy? Anybody? Sympathy versus empathy.
One is where you put yourself into their shoes, and then the other is when you kind of just feel bad for them.
Perfect. Sympathy is when you feel sorry for somebody. Oh, you poor thing. I give y'all my sympathy all the time, you poor baby. Empathy is when you put yourself in their shoes and you try to imagine what it would be like to be them. So they have lack of empathy. Why? Shit, nobody empathized with them when they were kids. Nobody gave me nothing. See, this is the person who'll take from you and not feel bad about it because that's how they learn to get. If your parents aren't feeding you, you're going to go out and get some food. And then later in life, you're really not going to feel bad if somebody else is not getting food. It's like, well, nobody gave me food. Shit, you better go out and get your own. You're not going to get many of yours. Go out and get your own like I did. They're difficult to comfort and they resist physical contact, such as being held, but can show inappropriate friendliness to strangers. Okay. Me, guys, I just don't like to be touched. It's kind of icky. I mean, like handshakes, that kind of stuff, I can do that, but somebody who just is trying to comfort you and they come over and they put their arm on, no, get away from me, man. What's wrong with you? And, you know, females, anybody, I just don't like being touched, except for my wife and my kids. Well, I'll tolerate it from the kids. Dad, all right, okay, that's enough, all right, step back. But my wife, I'm like, yeah, girl, come on, climb this mountain. You know, you want to touch me. And touch for them tends to become more strictly sexual. If you touch them, it's a sexual thing. They don't know that, you know, get that people can touch, people can walk up, put their arm around you, can hug you, can touch your back, can rub your shoulder or whatever, and it not be a sexual thing. They don't understand that because touching was something that they just didn't do in their house or in their family or whatever. All right, so that is reactive attachment disorder. They're not going to get into any major lifelong relationships without jacking it up and screwing it up. Tourette syndrome. These people have tics. Tics can be verbal or physical. A physical tic would be something like somebody who touches their chin like that. And they do that every few seconds or so. Or somebody, imagine if you meet somebody for the first time and they're standing there having a conversation with you. And then about, a couple minutes into the conversation, they reach out and touch your shoulder. And then a couple seconds later, they touch your shoulder again. They do that about 5 times and then they stop. And this is somebody you just met. And all you're doing is standing there having a conversation with them on the bus stop, for example. And during that conversation, they just reach out and touch your shoulder. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I can't help myself. What? It's one of their tics. They can also be verbal. If you say something like car, drive the black car, drive that black car. What did you just say? Oh, nothing. I'm sorry. I have this condition. Oh, okay. Wow. Look at that bird over there. Tweety bird's yellow. Tweety bird's yellow. What? Why did you say that? I'm sorry. I have this condition. You know. The bird's sitting on that fence over there. I'll jump the damn fence. Yeah, jump the damn fence. What are you doing? These are tics. Some are triggered by words that you use, and they will use those words in their tic. Sometimes the words are not very appropriate. Like you might say, bird's nest. Oh yeah, fucking birds in the bird's nest. Yeah, fucking birds in the bird's nest. What is wrong with you, dude? Oh, I have this condition. So, or they can be single words. Coffee. I have coffee. So imagine being in class and you have these tics like that. Every time the teacher says, okay, guys, today we're going to do some fractions. Fucking fractions. Fucking fractions. What did you say, Robert? Oh, nothing. I didn't say anything, teacher. I'm sorry. Okay, so in order to add fractions, fucking fractions. Robert, get out. And there you go. So the tics can be verbal. They can be a physical tic. One kid had to touch his foot every 3 or 4 steps. So as he's walking down the street, he would raise his foot and touch the bottom of his foot every few steps. But that kid was actually in the marching band at school. And when he marched, he didn't do the tic. So sometimes calming behaviors can help them get past doing these tics all the time. I had a tic when I was a kid, but it wasn't Tourette's. Well, maybe it was, I don't know, or a form of it. But I would roll my soft palate in the back of my throat and make this clicking sound. And I couldn't stop. I mean, I would do it and I would go, okay, I'm not going to do it again. Okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't do that. 5 minutes later. I don't know why I did that. I mean, I didn't look that weird when I did it. Matter of fact, I can't even do it anymore. But I would do it until my soft palate, the back of my throat was just raw. And I go, okay, I'm not going to do it. And do it again. So anyway, Tourette syndrome. The comments can be vulgar, obscene. They can sing them out like corporalia. They can sing those things out like I said, fucking bird on the fence. Fucking bird on the fence. Or something like that. But anyway, that's Tourette syndrome. Uh-oh. Sexual disorders. Oh, man. All you perverts out there. Like exhibitionism. Oh, yeah. You know what you want to do. You want to show it. Everybody's got a little bit of this. Like when you're at home and your wife's laying on the bed watching TV and you just come out the shower. Hey, babe, if you don't get some clothes on, yeah, you know, you like looking at all this, let me pose for you, you know. And y'all women, y'all walk around the house a little bit slowly while you walking over, getting your stuff to put on so he can sit there and look at you. Y'all know about this because you got your Victoria's Secret and your, what's the other one? Fredericks of Hollywood and all this, man, So y'all know about the exhibitionism. However, these people want to do it at inappropriate times. They want to flash somebody on the subway or on the bus or in the city park or something like that. It's the reaction that gets them going. So that's the person that would walk up to somebody and go, hey. And when you react, oh my God, that's what they're looking for. If somebody were to do that to you and go, hey, and you go, man, if you don't close your coat, get away from me, they would never bother you again. They want that shock value. Yeah. If you're not shocked, they didn't get it. That's not what they're looking for. Okay. So they tend to do public places to strangers to see their reactions. Now, back in the day, there was a practice that became popular for a while. It's called streaking, where you run naked through public places, like a baseball game. It's so funny, y'all. The umpires are literally chasing this dude around the doggone baseball diamond. They had stopped the game. They're chasing this dude, trying to catch him on the ring, running around naked, doing all that. What was it? Where they get the Oscars, where they get the award for the movies and stuff. Yeah, somebody streaked through the Oscars while somebody was receiving an award, that kind of stuff. Today, we see so much on the internet and we are so desensitized that nobody, I don't know, you just don't do it that much anymore. Nobody's going to be stalking you on the street going, hey, because they're not going to shock you. We've just seen too much in our life. But in the 1960s, 1950s, yeah, man, you didn't do that kind of stuff. You didn't even talk about sex, let alone somebody walking around flashing something. Somebody tried today, they'd probably just get punched in the face or kicked in the groin or whatever. All right, fetishes. A fetish is when you obtain sexual arousal from objects other than a person. Now, there are things that we overuse the term when we say things like foot fetish and that type of stuff, but the textbook definition is that the thing that you are attracted to is typically non-living. Like you are in love with your car. And I don't mean you like your car, I mean you are in love with your car. You lay under the car and masturbate. Yeah, that's a fetish. Balloon fetishes, smoking fetishes, shoe fetish, all types of fetishes out there. And I guess, I don't know, I got a pretty good shoe game, y'all. I wear my Air Force Ones now. I got 32 pair of Air Force Ones, so I'll step out with shoes now. But I don't have a foot fetish or a shoe fetish, no. I'm not in love with my shoes. I'm just in love with the way I look when I wear my shoes. Anyway, so fetishes, a great deal of time obtaining and using an object, which for men often includes women's clothing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, 75%, they did a survey that 75% of men, married men, admitted to at trying on their wife's bra at least once. Yeah. Because y'all talk about it so freaking much. I mean, I never have. My wife's like way too small. But y'all talk about it so much, man. This thing and that. So it's just some curiosity, like, well, what the hell does it feel like? And I think I mentioned the other day, my wife comes home, boy, as soon as she takes it, she starts to scratch in and all. I'm like, girl, what are you just leave me alone? You know, I had the thing on all day. I'm like, girl, you know, so anyway, have I ever in emergency services picked up somebody in an accident who was wearing female clothing? No. I always wondered, you know, but I did pick up a man who was in an automobile accident and he died. And when we were getting the body ready to send down to the morgue and all that, we found a wire that went into his rectum. He had a little vibrator up in there, a little switch. A little wire went up through the pants into his pocket where he could turn it on and . So anyway, we had to leave it in place for the autopsy. You don't take anything out, not even the IVs and things like that. You leave those in place. So that's the only weirdness, sexual weirdness that I encountered was that. So anyway, masochism. These folks want to hurt people. Yeah, they want to whoop you and, oh, no. This person wants to be whooped, I'm sorry. They're on the receiving end. And it's not just beating and that type of stuff too. It's also things like humiliation, you know, make you eat out of a dog bowl, human food, but make you crawl down and eat it out of a dog's bowl, that kind of stuff. You want to be humiliated. Through abuse, pain, humiliation, bondage done deliberately by another person. And these are not always weak people, y'all. Sometimes these are like people who are really controlling or in charge in their professional life. Somebody might be the CEO of a big company, but get off work, go home, and want to be treated like a baby. Y'all seen those men who want to be like diapers and fed with a bottle and all that kind of stuff? They're not always the weak person in their life. They might be the aggressive person out there in regular world, but get into their own little private space and they want somebody else to be in charge. It's kind of like me when I come home. Sometimes my wife says, "What's for dinner?" I'm like, "Damn, babe, come on now. I've been answering questions all day. I want to answer another question. You be in charge for a while, and you decide what's for dinner. I really don't care." It's 10 minutes after 12, and I really, really, really have to pee. So, you know what? Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back a quarter after. Okay, and then we'll finish this up. 10 minutes. Oh, this one's squirming in the chair. All right. So, most of this stuff, guys, in this section on the sexual disorders, they have the same connotation for me. And that is, if it feels good and nobody's getting hurt, do it. As long as nobody's being forced to do something they don't want to do, nobody's getting hurt, be happy, have fun with it. Enjoy your sexual life. However, some of these things, you just can't take that kind of approach. And the next one is one of those, or the next couple, actually, pedophilia. What can you say about these people? Number one, they're not going to stop. That's all there is to it. It's like trying to make a gay man be straight, or vice versa. It's not going to happen. They may not engage in the activity, but they will always be pedophiles. Now, the definition. Not everybody out there that has sexual contact with a young person is a pedophile. Okay, not all of them. Some of them just fall in the category of pervert. Okay, if you have, for example, a 22-year-old man who's getting involved with a 16-year-old girl, that's a pervert. As opposed to a pedophile. Pedophiles are attracted to children, and they really don't care about the sex of the child. It's childhood that they're attracted to. Okay? So pedophiles usually don't make a distinction between boys and girls. Okay? They may have access to one over the other. For example, if you're a Boy Scout leader, you're going to have access to boys. Okay? And that's where your activity will be directed. But it's children that they are after, if you will, or attracted to, and they're not going to stop. So what do we do with these people? Do we put them in jail for the rest of their life? Do we castrate them? You have to remember also that castration does not, or all molestation doesn't involve penetration. So just because you castrate somebody doesn't mean they're going to stop, molesting children. Molesting is also touching, kissing, fingering, poking, whatever. So castration is not the answer. And to castrate somebody doesn't mean they'll lose their sex drive. Medications, there are no medications that's going to affect this. So what can we do? Put them in prison. I'm sorry, that's the only option right now, to take them out of society in some way. And how strong is this drive? I wanted to get to this video today. I was hoping that we did. And we will mess around with the video again and see how it opens this time. If you've ever seen this on TV, the To Catch a Predator, have you ever seen that? MSNBC special where they set up a house. You know what? I'll let them explain in the video. So it's coming up right there now. All right, cool.
You're going to tell me you've never done this before? No, sir. So you just woke up this morning and said, I'm going to get involved in an internet conversation with a 14-year-old boy. I'm going to go to his house, strip naked, and walk in with a 12-pack of hair. This was just something you thunk up today. No, sir. I'm going to talk to him about online. John Canella is a guy who, in an online chat with someone he thought was a young teenage boy, said that he was a teacher at a prestigious high school in Virginia. The chat was graphic. At one point, the decoy said something about, what would be really hot. Strip down your underwear in the garage and walk in. Now he says to the chat, I don't wear underwear. Decoy says something to the effect of, well, come in how you are. And we really didn't think he was going to do it. This is our second investigation, and while we've seen some surprising things, who's going to walk into a stranger's house naked? Well,
Well, he actually didn't say. That's Chris Hansen with MSNBC. They're working with a group called Poetic Justice. And what the group does is they go online into chat rooms and they pretend to be children. And they make dates with these grown people. And they invite them to this house that they have set up. And the people come to the house and expecting to have, sex with a child. And then the MSNBC group is there to meet them and expose them. Yeah. And this is one of their dudes.
Could you explain yourself? I'm sorry. Certainly. I'm sorry. What's going on here? Your son IM'd me. I need you to come on over. He IM'd you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How did he know to IM you? I don't know, sir, honest. So he just chose you out of the blue and said, come on over, get naked, and walk into the kitchen. Well, I sat there talking to him for a little bit. And what'd you guys talk about? We were just talking about anything, sir. How old are you? I'm 29, sir. 29. And what do you do for a living? I drive a school bus. You drive a school bus? Yes, sir. And you thought it was appropriate to walk into the home of a 14-year-old boy who you thought was alone, buck naked. What was your plan? I don't know, sir. What's your full name? John Canella. And you're a school bus driver or a teacher? Teacher. You're a teacher. I'm gonna need to see some ID. I'm not that at home, so I'm sorry. I'd like to see some ID. Turned out later that he was neither a teacher nor a bus driver. In fact, he was unemployed and had been for some time. What kind of conduct is this for a high school teacher? I'm sorry, I've never done this before. You're gonna tell me you've never done this before? No, sir. So you just woke up this morning and said, I'm going to get involved in an internet conversation with a 14-year-old boy. I'm going to go to his house, strip naked, and walk in with a 12-pack of beer. This was just something you thunk up today. No, sir. I'm going to talk to him over online. Do you see how this is, John? Yes, sir. Let me just see the driver's license. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Doesn't hurt. What would have happened? What would have happened, John, if I wasn't here? I probably would have chickened out, sir. Chickened out? Do you see why that is hard for me to believe? I do, sir. That is the truth. You say to him, are you straight, bi, or gay? He says gay. I just don't tell anyone. You say sweet. I won't, I promise. You say you are so effing hot, bro. I want to be your boyfriend if you will have me. I'm serious. I was just chatting. I was just chatting. You're sitting in this kitchen naked, John. That's a step beyond chatting, isn't it? Yes, sir. I don't want to get you in trouble, bro. I also don't want to get me in trouble either. You knew this was wrong when you walked in. Yes, sir. I think I can learn real fast to love you. 14 years old. Do you know that it's illegal to have a conversation on the internet with the intent to have sex with them? Yes, sir. So you came here knowingly violating the law. Kennelly was significant because not only did he admit what he was doing was wrong, he also admits that he knew it was illegal, and he showed up anyway. What do you think should happen? No, sir. Well, there's something you gotta know. I am not the father of the boy, but I am Chris Hansen of Daylight NBC, doing a story on computer pressures. Anything else you'd like to say to us? We'd like to hear it. If not, feel free to leave. Thank you. You take the towel to the garage and get dressed. He sees the camera. He's trying to keep the towel around. He's trying to grab his clothes and head out the door, and he gets his underwear on and just beelines to get out there. If he had just left it at that, Kennelly would have been a memorable character, but what he did the next day just put him over the top. All right, so let me get this straight. So they're talking about a meeting? Nobody has ever gone through what that man went through when he got to this house. But now this is just amazing. This guy leaves our house, shirtless, holding most of his clothes. And less than 24 hours later, there he is in a chat room trying to make a date with another young teenage boy. We couldn't believe it, but it was the same screen name, same everything. So the decoy made a date, and they agreed to meet at a nearby fast food restaurant. We walks out of the restaurant, and we're there waiting for him. I remember exactly what I said. I have been in television for 24 years. I was just going to get something to eat. And I have very seldom been at a loss for words. Sir, I just came to get something to eat. But I don't even know what to ask you first. I just came to get something to eat. John, we've been through this before. What are you doing? I've got the chat log again. You're chatting up another 13-year-old kid, and you're going to meet him here at McDonald's. You identify yourself. You call yourself Shane this time. You ask him a series of personal sexual questions. Is that appropriate talk to be having with someone you think is a 13-year-old boy? Last night, you walked into a home naked, hoping to meet a 13-year-old boy. You said you were sorry. It was the first time you'd ever done it. You admitted it was wrong. Yes, I did. You left. Yes, I did, sir. And within 24 hours, you're back on the internet chatting up another 13-year-old kid? What is going on? What do you have to say for yourself? I don't have anything to say for myself. Well, you should say something, don't you think? I mean, what are we to think you're going to do next? Last night, you walked into a house in suburban Washington, naked, with a 12-pack of beer, hoping to meet a 13-year-old boy. Yes or no? Yes. Right. Today, you're on the internet again. You have an inappropriate conversation with a boy you think is 13, and you set up a meeting here at this fast food restaurant. What was your intention? I don't know. Don't you think you need some help? I'm seeing a psychiatrist. Do you see why I was skeptical last night when you said, no, I can't, John. I can't do that. That's their job, is to record video and audio. Now, you put yourself in this position. So don't get tough with that.
Okay. These people, they're not going to stop, y'all. And yeah, as you can see, they are some of the dumbest people out there in the world. And I mean, imagine this guy when he finishes talking to him today. What's he going to do? He's going to go home, get back on the internet, and try again. They're not going to stop. I'm sorry, what?
Why aren't they just calling?
Okay. They got a lot of flack about that, by the way, that they were just letting these guys go. So the next time they did it, they had policemen there. And the police set up in the house next door, and they had a big RV out there to act as their little station, and they were arresting the guys as they came out of the house. So they did get a lot of flack about letting this guy go. But when they started that process, the police was arresting the people. He would interview them as usual, like he did this guy in the kitchen, and then tell them, okay, you can go. And the police would be there waiting for them in the front yard. In one episode, they got the timing wrong. And the next guy was actually showing up at the house while the previous guy was being arrested in the front yard. So the guy pulled up to the house that he was supposed to meet this kid at for sex, and there's somebody being arrested in the front yard. What do you think the man did? He drove down a couple of blocks and parked the car. And when everything was clear, he went to the damn house. And they asked him, didn't you just see somebody getting arrested in the front yard? Well, I didn't know they had anything to do with this. These people are not going to freaking stop. And that's how strong the drive is, guys. You should see the one with the rabbi. I think I'm going to try to record that one. The rabbi walks into the house. So what do? I'm Rabbi so-and-so. Okay. They've arrested a sheriff's deputy, a rabbi, an emergency room doctor. They arrested two 16-year-old kids who thought they were going to show up there and have sex with a 12-year-old. Okay. So these people, they're not going to stop, y'all. And they have dozens of episodes of this. And let me ask you, are your kids safe? Do you have internet rules at your house? In our house, they couldn't be on the computer unless their bedroom door was open. And we had it set up so that you can see the screen from the door. And also, I went on and installed a remote desktop in my house. So the house is like a network, and the living room computer is the server for the house, and I have remote desktop on there. My kids are grown now, but I could go onto the desktop in the living room, and I could see any desktop in the house and what the kids were actually doing. And sometimes I'd mess with them. I'd go in and just close out their computer and stuff just to show them that I could do that kind of stuff. I can see what you're doing, and I can actually take control of your computer from the remote desktop in the living room. Other safety issues, not just internet, but internet is one of the biggest ones. But do you call your kid's name out in public? If you're in Walmart and your kid is acting a fool, do you go, Johnny, stop that? You just told everybody in the store your kid's name. Do you have their names on their shirts? That kind of stuff. Abby is from whatever dance team. Okay. Guys, remember when you give your kid instructions, their instructions or their interpretation of the instruction you give them is based on their ability to reason. So if you tell a 10-year-old, don't talk to strangers, you're still leaving it up to them to determine what a stranger is. And if you say a stranger is anybody that you don't know, okay. If they walk up to them in Walmart and say, hey, Johnny, it must be somebody they know because the person knows their name. As an adult, you reason differently than they do. Have you ever seen a kid hide from you, but their butt is sticking out? And as long as they can't see your face, you can't see them, so they're hiding, even though there's a body part like right out where you can see it. That's how kids reason. And if somebody says their name, then I must know this person. It's just as easy. And these people, they walk around and they look for weak parents like that. Parents who don't pay attention to the kids as they stroll away. And they get the kid's name. And there you go. Hi, Johnny. You remember me? Remember, I was at your birthday party. How many kids haven't had a birthday party before? You remember, I was there at your birthday party. Yeah, your mom's right over there. She sent me to come over here and get you because she's standing in line and she didn't want to lose her place in line. So she sent me over here to get you. Come on, I'll take you right to her. And guess what? Your kid is gone. See, these people are not mean. They're not scary. They're not something that kids will be afraid of. They do it on purpose. They're not going to wear spooky clothes. They're not going to dress in black with a floppy hat down over their head. They're going to wear a Mickey Mouse t-shirt. And they're going to talk in soft tones. And they're going to win your kid's confidence. or they're going to trick your kid. Remember, Ted Bundy once talked a woman into getting into his car in the middle of the night when he was driving a beat up Volkswagen and convinced that lady to get into that car. And that was a grown woman. You think they can't talk your kid into something? These people are good at what they do. They did in a group of child psychologists from UCLA. They went over to a shopping mall and they conducted a study, a research project. And what they did was they were finding women that were walking through the mall with their children. One kid was better. So they're asking them if they wanted to participate in this study. And some of them did, some of them didn't. But the question was, do you think somebody could take your kid from this mall today? And of course they all said no. My kids know. I've taught my kids. They know what strangers are, and they know stranger danger, and they know all that. Okay. Well, will you participate? And some of them did. One lady, her daughter was 5 years old. And this is the one that they, used as their main point. They asked the lady to, go down there to the toy store and take your kid to the store to the aisle with their favorite toys. And then tell the kid to stay right there. You'll be right back. And then step over to the other aisle. So the lady did that. And the kid is standing there, her little girl, just looking at the toys. And this guy walks in from the outside door. He doesn't say anything to the little girl. He just starts looking around like he's looking for something. Underneath the racks, around behind this, around behind that, until he was sure that he had the little girl's attention. He turned to the little girl and he said, "Have you seen a little white dog around here?" And of course, the little girl said no. And he goes, "Oh, shoot. Fluffy ran away again. I hope I can find her." And he starts looking again. What do you think the little girl does? She starts looking for the dog. Okay. So now the little girl is looking around under things. And he says, "Oh my God, I wonder if she got out into the parking lot." And he walks right out the door. And what do you think the little girl does? Follows him right out the door. So now they're both walking down the aisle of cars, looking between cars. Nobody would have given them a second thought except, what are they looking for? No muss, no fuss, no kicking, no screaming. And he walked the little girl right up to the van where the team was set up, and the mother was sitting in the van watching on video the whole time. Watching her daughter just walk right out the store behind this dude. No muss, no fuss. These people are good at what they do, y'all. They have a lot of time to sit around and think of scenarios of how to trick your kid. And kids are easy to trick. That's all there is to it. So are your kids safe? No. Am I trying to scare you? Just a little bit. So that you are that parent that doesn't take an eye off your kids. Our kids do not go outside without us when they were little. And I remember back in the day, y'all, when I was 10, 11 years old, we'd leave the house and be gone all day. You eat lunch at whoever's house you were over at that time. You get thirsty, you walk up to somebody's water faucet on the side of the house and y'all wait for me. Whatever house you were at, as long as you were home by the time the streetlights came on. We were riding the bus, going down to city pools, city parks, all kinds of things. My kids, they didn't leave the damn house unless we were right with them. If they want to go out in the front yard, okay, fine. Let me get my whatever, get my radio, come out there and sit with y'all. Do your kids know your name? Hell, do they know their name? Working the first aid stations at air shows and things like that, kids get lost. People often brought them to the medical station. And yeah, so what's your name, little dude? Little man. All right. What's your mama's name? Mama. Okay. We have a approximately 5-year-old kid in a green shirt and blue shorts. If you pull my 5-year-old, what's your name, little girl? Deandra Mahone. And my mama is Marie Mahone, and her phone number is, and boy, they ran it out. They would ramble it out for you. Okay. So, do your kids know how to identify themselves or you? It might be a good idea if you're going to someplace like Fiesta, Texas, or downtown, or to the mall where they might get separated from you for crowds and things like that. Do you write their name and number on a piece of paper and stick it in their pockets? Because that's the first place we're going to check. Go right in the kid's pocket and boom. See if there's a name and number in there. So there are ways to minimize and make your kids safer, but the truth of the matter is, to answer to that question is, are your kids safe? No. And as soon as you realize that, that's 90% of the battle right there, is knowing that there are people out there who do this kind of stuff all the time, and they're really good at it. Yeah. Do you think this was the first time this man has ever went to a house to meet a kid? This is the times that he got caught. He's done it before. And in the previous cases was probably successful. So this was the biggest thing towards letting people know that their kids aren't safe out there, how dangerous the internet is, was when they did these MSNBC shows. They're called To Catch a Predator. They're all over the internet. I think the rabbi is on there. You can see them all. If you just go on YouTube and Google in there To Catch a Predator, To Catch a Predator, and you'll see all these on there. All right. Did anybody get a chance to see the digestion video last night or yesterday? Digestion, the dissection video?
I wasn't.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. And they can help to kind of cement the ideas that we talk about in class. We'll also have one over the heart, and then the movement, the muscles and the skeleton and the nerves. And then finally, we'll be doing the reproductive system. Yeah, they will dissect the penis, the vagina, the whole 9 yards. So that one's for everybody likes that one. So anyway, it's time to call it a day. Do anybody have any questions before we do? We'll continue in this lecture tomorrow. Stay on that same homework. I won't have any homework for psychiatry, but I will have some for the brain when we get there. So stay on that gastro homework. If you don't have it done, get it to me. Remember that the Introduction to Anatomy and Physiology test is due tonight, so get that done. Who's that got a question? My thing is in the way. Go ahead, Linda.
Yes, I did the test, but I don't know if it got saved or if you received it.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I see it in a report that I run after everybody's done. So you're in there.
Okay, and for the quiz that's due for Monday, would you be able to send me a link? I don't know if I erased. We keep using the same one, right?
Yes. No, you don't use the same link. No, each test will be different. So I'll send it to you again.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I'll just send it out blanket. So if you get it, it's just a copy of the one that I've already sent for the rest of you.
Okay, on the test, sir, if I didn't make that great of a score on this gastric one, so you said that I can pull it up when we do our homework, right? Or should I just try to take the test over?
It depends on how much you scored. If you scored less than 75, yeah, retake it. Yeah. If you scored more than 75, then that's the max you can get. Yeah. So less than 75, yeah, go back in and take it again. Anybody else?
Can you tell me, Jennifer Green, if my test went in? Because it's still showing, for me to restart the gastric test, but I took it already.
Okay. Yeah, if I pull it up on the screen, everybody will see everybody's grades. So I don't want to do that, but Let me take a look. I'll try to slide it over to the other screen. Okay, see, when I go into here, I click reports. Let me move it over before I do that. Yeah, see, for some reason, this screen right here is giving me a time today. So it went away. Quizzes. All right, and in my reports, I've got 14 people who've taken it already. 27 people have already done the bone. I'll say, so who was that was asking?
Jennifer Green?
Yep, I see you right there.
Okay.
I got Jasmine, Elena, Savannah, Vanessa, Renisha, and Esther. All with, oh no, I take that back. Esther, you still need to do it. But everybody else, I've got them. I'm looking at them right now. Renisha, were you one just asked me about it a minute ago about your grade? Who that just asked me about the grade a minute ago? Do they need?
Yes, that was Renisha.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and do that again until you get that up to 75. Okay. And for the introduction, I've got 27 people already done that one. Yeah, most people have that one done already. Still a couple other people need to go in and get that one done. Okay, so anyway, again, they're being saved in there, no problem. So keep going on those. Remember, the anatomy and physiology is due, the intro is due tonight, and then the gastro is due on Monday. As soon as we get, matter of fact, let me do it now while y'all are looking. I'll go on and send the new email, new message to everybody. Oh no, I need to do it that way. I need to do it this way. I need to go into my sent items. And it was the gastro, which is, there's introduction. Digestion test right there. And then forward that to everybody. Okay, so that's sent. Again, go back into your email. You'll see it in there. Now, guys, when you're clicking on these links, I think what might have happened was that when somebody was trying to get into one of these, I think it was today's class, maybe this one right here. They're clicking on this picture right there. And it's taking them someplace crazy. Make sure that you are clicking on the link, the word right there, rather than on the picture. Click on the word. Tomorrow we'll finish psychiatry. It shouldn't take a little while to do that. And then next week we're going to be getting into the brain and how it works. Make sure, again, you get the anatomy and physiology done tonight before tomorrow morning. Get ready for your gastro, which is due before Monday's class, so it's due by Sunday night, and get the gastro homework done, and that'll keep everybody caught up in what you're doing.
Mr. Hall, I sent my homework in yesterday.
I got it.
All right.
I'm jumping all those into a folder as I get them. Anybody else?
Did you ever get mine?
Who was that? Yes.
Okay.
Eventually, I'm going to do up a spreadsheet that I'll put up every morning to show what homeworks I have from everybody. So I'll probably get that done this weekend so we can start doing that on Monday. Anything else? Questions, concerns, moans, groans, complaints? All right, then we'll see y'all on Monday at 8 o'clock. Get that stuff done. I'll have my computer open. I'm thinking it's like the weekend. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
Bye, Mr. Mahone.
Goodbye. And I just ended that.